So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the folks that are really here to welcome you, which is our leadership, both at Lakeland Regional Health as well as at Moffitt Cancer Center. And I'm Susan Vadaprampel, by the way. I'm from Moffitt Cancer Center.
Planning and partnership was what I was taught in public health. And as some of you may recall to being living in that world for many years, how did you mobilize caring, hardworking people to take action, to do something that's going to help the community? This planning and partnership is what you're seeing today. The mobilizing for action is what you're doing when you leave here today and what you've been doing. My name is Daniel Haight. I'm a professor of infectious diseases at the University of South Florida, the Morsani College of Medicine. And when I learned that in public health, I also learned there were forces of change that you had no control over. They were there, but we were taught to make sure we had our eyes open, that those forces of change, even though they're outside of our control, you still had control of how you were going to respond to them. So we're facing that every day. But you know, if we're going to really make a difference and we're going to be making changes, we have to understand what's going on around us. We just don't have to assess what are these forces of change that are outside of our control. We also have to have the facts, the research, sharing the knowledge. And that's why we're here today. You're going to hear these presentations that are going to outline what we know today, what we need to learn in the future. That's why I want to thank you and welcome you for coming here today. Your presence here in hearing these facts, and you're going to take them forward, because when I look around, what's one of the problems? Who's not here? You've got the mission to take action, to share this information. So you gather this information, you share this information. But we also had to realize there was another issue beyond forces of change and gathering the facts. We knew what was important to us. We want to be successful in eliminating HPV cancers. But if we know that's important to us, have we really considered what matters most to those we're trying to help? It may not be identical. What does the parent and the adolescent feel is most important to them? If you're working with a health system or a clinic that can implement these things, do you really know what's most important to them? What are their priorities? We have to take that into consideration. And what about academics? We've got to teach our nurses and pharmacists and medical students the importance of what we're here today to do. And we need to know what matters most to them. I thought sometimes I could just walk in and have my own curriculum. Well, for those of you in academics, no. We have to know what's most important to them and how we can fit into that. And they may be dealing with their own forces of change, but we all have the same facts and we all have the same research. And lastly, we have to truly take stock of the tools and I would call them the ingredients that we need to get the job done. We have to honestly look around us and say, how are my partners, my tools? What about my communication plan? Honestly, are we hitting where we need to hit? Are we using what we need to hit? The local health department, how are they doing? Things come and go, things and change. I have to rate everything on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 means that partner's right there with me and that tool is working perfectly. Or is it a 1 or a 2 out of 5 where we have to elevate them, lift them up, or find a way to work around what might be a temporary or a severe deficiency? So we know the ingredients, we know what matters most to those we're reaching, we realize that there's a lot of things we have to learn, but I have to be able to communicate it. And lastly, there's those forces of change. Keep in mind, those forces of change, they pull public opinion this way, they can pull public opinion that way. We sometimes feel powerless. Sometimes the rules and the regulations go this way, they go that way. It's very hard to always be the persons that are going to change that. We have to adjust to it. And the funding, goes this way and that way, but you guys get the job done. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here today. Welcome to Lakeland Regional. Lakeland Regional Health welcomes you, and then please, if you have any questions about our facility, let us know. And with that, introduce Dr. Liu. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I want to welcome everyone in person and also everyone virtually. I know we have many people who are joining us virtually. I'm going to start by admitting that I'm a new Floridian. So I arrived about 9 months ago. I lived in Texas for 25 years, and I recently moved to the Tampa Bay area. My new role is as physician in chief at Moffitt Cancer Center, and it's been a wonderful 10 months so far. And I look forward to getting to know all of Florida. I had the opportunity to come early to Lakeland yesterday, and I visited the Ashley Barnett Art Museum, which was just beautiful. And so thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you to Lakeland Regional. It's a beautiful facility. I wanted to acknowledge the different groups present today, including our distinguished speakers and audience, varying from healthcare professionals, researchers, policymakers, and also patient advocates, all with a collective commitment to advance HPV prevention efforts in Florida. I'm pleased that in this 5th year of this summit, this HPV Elimination Leading Progress Statewide Summit, Lakeland Regional and Moffitt highlight the continuous growth in partnerships that unite many individuals in our state working toward an exemplary goal, eliminating HPV-related cancers. I would like to express my appreciation for your efforts and dedication to this important public health issue by joining us today. In the 25 years that I have practiced GYN oncology, I have seen the devastation of cervix cancer. It's a horrible, horrible disease, and the vast majority of women who recur from the disease will die. They develop rectovaginal fistulas, blocked ureters requiring percutaneous nephrostomy tubes, bowel obstructions, and sometimes unrelenting pain and death. While the last decade we have had new immune and biologic therapies that have improved overall survival, I truly believe that prevention and early detection should be our goal. Thank you to all who work tirelessly to educate about HPV vaccination, which is important for girls and for boys, as well as focusing on novel patient-centered screening options. Much progress has been made in vaccination and screening of HPV-related cancers, but we also face many challenges. By gathering today, we will share progress and practical approaches to move toward a Florida free of HPV cancers. As a community, it's our shared responsibility to reinforce prevention efforts across our state. I hope that you enjoy engaging with colleagues from across the state and hearing from leading HPV experts today. I encourage you to connect and share ideas with someone new today. Innovative ideas accelerate progress in HPV prevention efforts, and together we can create meaningful change. When you return to your respective communities, put into practice what you have learned today. HPV-related cancers are preventable, and we all want to work towards a healthier Florida. So I welcome you all, look forward to the day, and really want to thank Lakeland Regional for hosting us.
Awesome. Gosh, this is going to be harder than I thought it was going to be, but I'm going to work through this. I'm so excited that all of you are here today, that you are able to join us for this incredible opportunity to learn and grow with each other. My name is Lauren Springfield. I am the Director of Community Health here at Lakeland Regional Health. Last year at this time, when we were getting ready for this summit, our dear friend, Stephanie, had passed away from cancer. Stephanie, among many things, was an enthusiastic supporter of all things prevention related. Stephanie had the opportunity to work for Lakeland Regional Health very early in her career and then transitioned to the American Cancer Society. And I had the opportunity to meet Stephanie in my very early years here at Lakeland Regional. And as I got to know Stephanie, I never told the woman no to anything. And so she would approach me with, hey, we have this new grant opportunity. Will you do it? And in my mind, I was like, Stephanie, I can't take on anything else. She was like, no, you can do it. Like, we're going to do it together. And that's pretty much how she approached everything. So a few years ago, right before COVID, she approached me and she said, listen, I have this 5-year grant. And I'm like, Stephanie, I can't even think past a week from now. And she was like, but I know that you guys can do it and it'll be so awesome. And so she brought together not only Lakeland Regional Health, but Central Florida Healthcare. Jen is here, and Tammy from the Florida Department of Health in Polk. And she brought us together to work together to transform HPV vaccination here in Polk County. She was our cheerleader. She was one of our best friends during the time. She knew how to friendly reminder you to the brink of extinction. And she was always just so passionate about it. And so I want to share just a little bit more about who she was as a person. One particular day, and if you know anything about the ACS grants, they require very consistent data. And if you work in a large health system, you know that's not always the easiest thing to get from our friends in analytics. And so it takes a lot. And I said, Stephanie, I know it's due, but I don't know how I'm going to get it to you today. I said, I'm by myself today with the girls. I have 2 toddlers. And she was like, no worries. She was like, where do you live? And I said, Stephanie. I was like, what do you mean? She was like, no, I'm not going to do anything weird. Like, I promise. And I was like, okay, here's my address. And about 2 hours later, she showed up to my house with Chick-fil-A for my girls. And she said, I will play with them while you focus on what you need to do. And guys, I don't want anybody that I work with to my house. But that's who she was. She knew my kids, she knew my husband, she knew me, and she would pick up the phone and just call and say, like, what can I do for you? How can I support you? And so her loss is devastating to our community, to our American Cancer Center friends. Just such a phenomenal person. And so you might ask, why do you have this donut truck up here right now? In that same grant with Stephanie that we embarked on, she said, how can we get the education about HPV to families? How can we get them to listen? Because they don't want to listen right now. And there's so much happening in the world. And I said, well, Stephanie, we feed them. And she said, Lauren, I don't know that this grant will cover food. And I said, we're going to give them donuts. And I'll never forget it. In that meeting, she looked at Jen and she looked at Tammy and she looked at me and she said, I don't know that you guys can do this. And I said, Stephanie, it's part of the education. In order to get the donuts, they got to get the education and you're going to be the educator. And so she came back and she said, okay, I think we can do it if you go half with us. I said, I'm willing to go half. And so that day we gave education to every single family that came to that back to school bash. Over 200 families received education that day because of the work that we were committed to doing together. During that project, we were able to increase vaccination rates for dose 1 of the HPV vaccine by 33%. That is, obviously, you guys know that is just such a phenomenal feat, and we would not be able to do that without Stephanie. So today, in her honor, I have invited the donut truck. The donut truck will be right outside during our first break and through lunch. That little white ticket that you have is for your donuts. So please, in Stephanie's honor, get the donuts because I'm sure she is laughing at me right now. And like, Lauren, you did not get the donut truck. And she's also telling me to stop crying. I hear that too. So I just wanted to read this about Stephanie. With boundless energy, a radiant smile, and a heart dedicated to cancer prevention, Stephanie McLean was a force of light in every space she entered. She brought joy, passion, and an unwavering commitment to serving others, transforming lives with her knowledge, laughter, and genuine care. If you met her, you know the force she was. And in my mind, I tried to wear like bright pink or like some crazy color that Stephanie would have walked in here with when all of us are in our neutrals, but I just cried more. Um, but just as we go throughout today, this is all for her. She would have been here, she would have been our biggest cheerleaders, and she would have been saying, what more can we do to impact the lives of our children in this community and across this nation? So thank you so much for allowing us to honor our friend in this way.
So now I understand the donuts at the break. Poor Susan, she's like, oh, we're going to have donuts at the break. And I thought, that's unusual, for a healthy cancer prevention kind of organization. But now I totally get it. And so thank you for explaining the donuts. And I might actually have to have one this time. So I'm Anna Giuliano, and I'm at the Moffitt Cancer Center. So in addition to leading a research center of excellence that's focused on infections and cancers, and obviously I'm here because most of my work is human papillomavirus, I'm also the president of the International Papillomavirus Society. And the only reason I'm saying that is because all of you that are here are essentially part of a much, much larger group of individuals all over the world. So this idea of International HPV Awareness Day was developed by the International Papillomavirus Society years ago. And it started very small. It was, we need to educate broadly in the communities. And so we developed a partner association. So we had local communities I think we're at like 118 different countries now. And so what we're doing today is being replicated across the world. Now, of course, most of it happened March 4th, but it has continued. So for those of you who are on Facebook, I don't know if you've seen all of the different advertisements for International HPV Awareness Day. My good friends in São Paulo, Brazil, are going to have their event tomorrow. When we first started, we actually lit up the city of Tampa. So we had this beautiful teal color, which is a teal for cervical cancer. So I just want you to know that you're not alone. And in all of these different countries, very similar to what we experience here in the US, governments come and go. But the one thing that doesn't come and go are the people who are living in the communities and the people who are supporting each other and educating each other. And in the end, that's what sustains the movement towards our goal. And our goal, as you heard, at least for the United States, or we say it, we actually don't have a formal policy in the United States, but within our community, we say it's the elimination of HPV-related cancers, starting with cervical cancer. The other thing I want to mention is that a lot of states are taking this on individually. So just like what you're going to see here today for Florida, it's being replicated in other states. So for instance, we have, St. Jude that has a very large program. We have Alabama and Birmingham, Alabama, and that university has a very large program in places that you probably wouldn't expect. You'd think about it in, the more northeastern states. So it's really mobilizing the community very, very broadly and I think in very exciting ways. So where are we? So the first thing I'd like to remind everybody that it isn't just cervical cancer, and you're going to be hearing from my good friend Jason right after I speak. Actually, the largest burden of HPV-related cancers in the United States is among men, and it's oropharyngeal cancer. And unlike cervical cancer, we haven't advanced the research to the extent where we know how to prevent oropharyngeal cancer, how to screen for it, how to detect it early. Now, there's a lot of research that's ongoing. For those of you who can come to our International Papillomavirus Society conferences, you'll hear about that. We really do believe that vaccination is going to prevent oropharyngeal cancer as a primary prevention method. But those trials are ongoing, and I'm hoping we'll have this soon. So oropharyngeal cancer, the good news is that if it is HPV related, it has a much better prognosis. So the technology has advanced, and it is allowing us to actually manage patients more effectively and doing what we can to reduce morbidity associated with that treatment. But when it comes to cervical cancer, we have to remember this. We have the tools. It's been decades of working on developing and testing different HPV vaccines for the prevention of the types of HPV that predominate in cervical cancer and the other 5 cancers that HPV causes. So it's a pretty simple program. We have vaccine, which you know about. And here in the United States, we predominantly use Gardasil 9. For those of you who like to keep up with the advancing research, we may have soon in clinical trials a vaccine that is going to be directed against even more high-risk HPV types. And one of the things I like to say is in the future, we may not even need to do screening because we will have covered with a vaccine all of the types that can cause cervical cancer. So this work continues. Screening. So, we all, for those of you who are old enough, I'm in that older category. I remember, we used to say, get an annual pap smear. And for those of you who are even older, you remember that the tools that we used was a tongue depressor. And the quality on those pap smears was really, really poor. There's a lot of bleeding and so on. And I know we have some Ezra here from Rover. The advances in the devices that we use to sample the cervix have phenomenally improved. And so now we're able to get a really good quality sample. But even more than that, we can self-sample. So we can reach a larger number of people using these newly developed devices. And using the newly developed molecular tests for HPV testing, which is far superior to cytology. And then finally, it's not enough to screen, we have to treat. And so we say the 3 pillars to achieve elimination are vaccination, screening, and treatment. Now, the problem here in Florida is that we're in that southeast corridor. And so we have here in the state of Florida among the highest incidence of cervical cancer. So although these are slightly older data to 2021, I doubt that it's changed very much. And you can see in the Northeast, of course, they're lower. So we have a lot of work to do here. And because of that recognition, Susan and I years ago started to figure out what could we do in Florida to make that difference. And, you heard about policy, you heard about action at the local level and so on. And so we'll tell you a little bit about what we have attempted with a policy recommendation here. Now, similar to a lot of other cancers, we have a high incidence of cervical cancer, higher incidence among Black and Hispanic women. And there are a lot of different reasons for that. In part, it's driven by lack of insurance or underinsurance, lack of awareness that they do need to come in for screening, and also for vaccination. The vaccination rates also lag behind other vaccines that are recommended among 11 and 12-year-olds. So you can see here, when you look at the top line, which is Tdap, And then below that is the meningococcal vaccine, which, by the way, meningococcal is not a school entry required vaccine. But there's so much fear around meningococcal disease that you see the uptake is pretty high. And unfortunately, when we look at human papillomavirus vaccination, you can see that we're maybe at around 60% in the United States. And I do even question those data because when we look at electronic health records, we're not seeing that high. So we may actually be even lower. And we see here in the state of Florida, excuse me, that depending on where you live, you either live in a community with a higher dissemination and coverage of vaccination or a lower one. And, you know, not too surprising, you find the red, which is the lowest coverage of HPV vaccine, is in the rural areas in the harder to reach populations. Here in Tampa Bay, we're a little better, but we're nowhere near the goal. You know, the goal for the United States is 80% coverage, and that's coverage with the licensed doses, which is 2 doses of vaccine. Oh, sorry. Okay, there we go. Our vaccine coverage also lags among males compared to what we see for the rest of the country. So if you focus on the bottom, you can see that for the United States, I think males is around just over 60%, and it's lower here in Florida. Now, I do want to say that in every country where gender neutral, where the country started with a female-only program and then added males to create a gender neutral, or what we're now starting to use the term universal vaccination. So with that addition of males, what has been observed is that families are very receptive to vaccinating the males. And in fact, if you follow the lines per country, so just about every country in Europe now has gender neutral vaccination, Australia, and so on. And we see that the rate of coverage among males is very similar to that of females. We need to do a better job here in the United States. Now, you've heard this before, and I think last year we focused quite a bit on the problem that we had during the pandemic. And this is true for all cancer screening. People were afraid to go to clinics, which meant that they were delaying or they literally missed the routine screening for cervical cancer. And so this dip that you see is the drop in cervical cancer screening that occurred during the pandemic. And it did recover, but it didn't recover fully. And in fact, we are further behind in where we were at the start of the pandemic. So although, you know, vaccine is one of my favorite topics, we cannot achieve elimination without screening. And in fact, the mathematical models tell us that the fastest way to achieve elimination of cervical cancer in the United States is to accelerate screening and treatment, because we would then get those women who didn't benefit from vaccination and prevent them immediately from developing cervical cancer. So cervical cancer screening is very similar to what we see with HPV vaccination. It's lowest in the southern part of the United States, including here in Florida. So I don't mean to depress everybody about showing these data, but it's a real call to action that we have to do something, and we have to do something quickly here in Florida. So the good news is that despite the despite not reaching our national goals of 80% vaccinated and not reaching our cervical cancer screening goals, we are seeing with that proportion that was vaccinated and screened a significant decline in CIN2 as well as CIN3. These are high-grade precancerous lesions that have a very high rate of progressing to cervical cancer. So you can see the red line is the very young woman who probably benefited from vaccination. And then even in the 25 to 29-year-old age group, we're seeing those declines. And I have to say, even one of the first publications from Lori Markowitz at the CDC showed that when the country was at 50% vaccine coverage, we still were able to see dramatic decreases in these precancerous lesions. So what that tells us is what would we accomplish if we could actually meet our 80% coverage goal for vaccination? We would also achieve the elimination of cervical cancer in this country. So what we've done, and this is where's Clement is here. So Clement is on CCRAB, which is the group that essentially writes the cancer plan for the state. So by the way, every state has a cancer plan. And this is wonderful. So we say, where are we at the state? And what is our goal? And come up with strategies to figure out how to achieve it. So one of the goals that we added is the elimination of cervical cancer as a public health problem. So that includes, of course, vaccination, screening, and treatment. So the good news is since we first started with this goal as part of the Florida Cancer Plan, we have seen an increase in the coverage of vaccination. So we're now at around 58.9%. We started at 45%. But it's a slow increase here. And in fact, it mirrors a very slow increase in coverage that you see in the country. The bad news is that the coverage for cervical cancer screening actually has gone down in the state of Florida. So we had a goal of 93%, and actually this is very similar to what was the national goal in 2020. The national goal now is I think below 80%. We first saw it was 83%. It's somehow changed in the last couple of years to like 79%. But here in Florida, we were at 79% in 2018, and we're now at 76.7%. This is going in the wrong direction. And there are probably a lot of reasons for this. One, we have changed our screening guidelines so that they're longer intervals. I am concerned that women think that they don't require screening anymore if they've been vaccinated. So there are a lot of misconceptions out there. And this is where I think as a community, we need to do a lot of education and outreach. So what are our successes and ongoing challenges? Well, HPV vaccination initiation and completion continues to increase, but it is a really slow increase. I mean, it'd be nice to accelerate that. We have seen a decline in rates of screening, and that is a problem. We need to do more to educate and have people understand what is required with the screening and how we have accessible treatment. We really need better data systems. And I know this sounds crazy, but unless you know what your data are, unless you know where the community stands, it's hard to intervene. It's hard to know whether you're successful with your interventions. We have recent changes in cervical cancer screening guidelines, and I have to tell you, depending on the organization you look at, the screening guidelines are different. I always favor the American Cancer Society guidelines, but that is not ASCCP, which is really the big guidance organization. So female ages 21 to 25, they can have a pap test every 3 years. Females ages 26 to 65, pap test every 3 years. Or HPV tests every 5 years, or co-testing PAP and HPV every 5 years. Most of the countries in Europe don't start screening until age 30, and they only screen with molecular HPV testing. It is really a superior test. But as you can see with the US, how confusing this can be depending on how old you are, what your past screening history has been, and so on. We still have major disparities with non-Hispanic, Black, and Hispanic women having the highest incidence of cervical cancer. We also have disparities in terms of rural populations with higher incidence, obviously lower rates of screening because of that. So I'll end with this slide, which is not just a slogan for the environment. Policy change requires time and political will. To eliminate HPV cancers in Florida, we should focus attention on our spheres of influence, communities, and clinics. And that is regardless of what the government is at any given time. Thank you.
Hi. If screening is the fastest and easiest way to prevent cancer, why did we shift it to every 3 years or every 5 years?
So there are two things you said. One is fastest, and that is correct. Easiest, it's not. So for the United States, we actually have resources to provide high quality pap smear collection, review of the slides with cytology, and then be able to follow with treatment. But that requires a very, very expensive and complicated infrastructure. And it sounds so simple. You go in, you get your PAP and so on. But behind the scenes is a very expensive medical enterprise requiring a lot of different experts. The other problem is cytology isn't, there's a lot of inter-observer variability, meaning it's not as precise, it's not as sensitive, nor is it as specific as doing molecular HPV testing, okay? So one, I'd like to see a shift to that. But okay, so if we did shift and you could self-sample and do everything yourself, why would you still want to vaccinate? Because then you'd never have cervical dysplasia. You'd never have to go through a biopsy, a treatment, and the fear that comes with that. And I can tell you that although it's not cancer, there is a lot of fear around being told that you have cervical dysplasia. So it's simple. So it's 3 shots and that's it. I'm sorry, depending on your age, it's 2. Yeah, okay, I'm getting, I started with 3. We're down to 2 and we may even be down to 1. So it's so much simpler. And if you look at the structures, and it's not just the United States, if you look at the structures for disseminating vaccine, every country has it because every country was able to contribute to the eradication of smallpox through vaccination. So those systems exist everywhere, regardless of how wealthy or not wealthy a country is. Whereas cervical screening, it's just not available. In the countries I work with, it's not available at all. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. Using my stopwatch, but let me know. Make sure I'm using this. Just looking to make sure I have everything perfect. So you're soon going to realize that I am not a professional speaker. I am just a cancer survivor who decided to go public and share my cancer story from the highest mountain as loudly as I could to hopefully protect and prevent other families from having to go through what my family has gone through and went through back in 2014. I have 15 minutes to, nothing to disclose. I have 15 minutes to, or 10, 15 minutes, whatever, to take you on a journey of my life. Hopefully you will find it interesting. Hopefully it will inspire you and encourage you to do what you do every day to protect and help families like mine. My younger son is the one with all the hair. He is 17. My boy-girl twins are 23. And then my wife and I have been married for 28 years, just to tell you a little bit about us, just so you have a little understanding of us. I'm president of my family business. It has nothing to do with HPV. In fact, 11 years ago, I knew HPV had something to do with cervical cancer, but I literally had never used those 3 letters in a row together, ever. And since then, I use it at least once, twice, 10 times a day, and have every day since then. I want to thank Moffitt and Lakeland Regional for obviously having me speak. I'm not doing this out of order. It's just not using any notes. And I have a lot in my head going on as to how I can take you on this journey of my last 11 years. Had the HPV vaccine been around when I was a young boy, I can assure you that my parents would have given it to me. My dad's a doctor, just retired after 50 years of being a dermatologist. They would have given me the vaccine, and I would have likely never gotten cancer. And that's really critical when I'm speaking to people in the medical field, to understand that this is not I mean, it might be a job, career just for you, but what you're really doing is completely changing and protecting families just like mine. And I show my family because I love them. Like everything I do is for my family. And so I think vaccinating kids, boys and girls, gender neutral, I should just say children, 9 and older is extremely important. And the problem is that parents don't understand that 3 out of 4 adults by 30 have the virus, 62% of freshmen in college, and that men between 40 and 60 are the most highly diagnosed decades after being exposed. I will tell you, my doctors told me they think I was exposed at 18 or 19 in college, and that the virus lay dormant in the crypts of my throat for decades. And so I think that's really an important key. A few years after I finished my treatment, my father's best friend got diagnosed at 74, and he had been married 50 years. And so I do think it's really important. I heard Anna speak earlier about the vaccine and why it's important, but reality is it's not just protecting people from cervical cancer, it's protecting people like me from oropharyngeal cancer, which also impacts women. And so I think it's about all the cancers. So it really is simply cancer prevention, which you already know. I'm just sharing with you from someone who's not in the medical field, what families like mine need to understand. Let me jump quickly into my story. So in 2014, I was taking a financial exam for our family business. I put my hand on my face to ponder a question, moved my hand down to my neck, and I felt a small bump. Back then I had hair and no beard. I shaved my head and grew a beard over COVID. Want to know what it would look like. But at the end of the day, that bump was never there because I used to shave every day, every other day. I passed the test. I went to my dad, who's a doctor, and I said, "What is this?" He said, "It's probably nothing. Let's call the ear, nose, and throat doctor," which we did. He said, "It's probably nothing. You don't smoke. You don't drink heavily. Come see me in a few weeks." I'd say number one point is that I'm a guy that goes to the doctor. That was a Thursday. I went to the doctor on Monday. I said, "What is this?" He goes, "I'll put you on 10 days of antibiotics and steroids, and the slight chance that it doesn't go away, I'll immediately schedule you for a needle biopsy and CAT scan." I was the most fit I'd ever been in my entire life. I didn't even hear the second half of that. 2 days later, left for the Florida Keys, ran the equivalent of a 5K, flew from there to DC, lobbied on Capitol Hill for the insurance industry, flew home on a Wednesday. Thursday had a CAT scan, Friday had a needle biopsy. Monday, I found out I had stage 4 HPV-related tonsil cancer. For those of you who know the industry, which I'm sure most of you do, but those of you listening may not know it to this extent, had I been diagnosed at the end of 17, beginning of 18, I would have been stage 1. But 11, because of de-escalation, changing the staging. But back then I heard stage 4. I was not a guy that got cancer. That was other people's situations, right? It's not going to happen to me. On the way home from the doctor, I called my insurance agents and I said, "Please make sure my life insurance policies are on automatic draft. I just got diagnosed with cancer. I need to make sure my wife and kids are taken care of." I called a friend who was a radiation oncologist and I said, "It looks like I'm going to become your patient." He goes, "What are you talking about? I just saw you a week ago." I go, "I just found out I have cancer." I ended up having a radical tonsillectomy, neck dissection, so 42 lymph nodes removed from my neck. I have a scar that runs from the bottom of my right ear to the center of my throat, followed by 7 weeks of chemo, radiation, and a feeding tube. Every Thursday was chemo. I had cisplatin. It was like 6 to 7 hours, the process. And before that, I had radiation. I had it Monday through Friday. And that was not pleasant. I'm not sure if I'm sure you know people who have had it, but 3rd-degree burns in my mouth and throat for 8 weeks. It was horrible. And I will tell you I should have said a few weeks into treatment, I made videos to my 3 kids. That's ridiculous because I've been saying this story for so long, and every time I get choked up, I made videos to my 3 kids saying goodbye. I sat in my living room. They were upstairs sleeping. At the time, my boy-girl twins were 12. My son was 6. They'd been married 17 years when I got diagnosed at that time. Now we're married 28 years. And the videos went something like this. "One day you're going to get married. I'm not going to be there. This is what's important." And I made those videos over and over and over again because I wanted them to be perfect in case they were the last things that my family ever heard from me. The picture on the right is after going public years later. My family ended up on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. It's another whole story for later, but This is a picture of the feeding tube. I still have that scar. I'm not sure my abs are still, or stomach's still that flat, but that is my neck dissection. That's me in chemo. That is my head clipped down to a table. I'm sure you all know this, or many of you do because you're in the industry, but it's not pleasant. Imagine having your head clipped down to a table and you can't swallow your saliva because it's so thick that you cannot swallow it. So I used to literally close my eyes. I gave them music so I could hear it, and I would know where in the music my treatment was almost over, and I could hang in there just one more day. And at the end of treatment, it was brutal. It was 3rd-degree burns, mouth and throat, open sores in my mouth. But I knew it was what I had to do to beat cancer, and so I did it. I would go home. I was in bed 18 hours a day for a month. The only good thing was that I got to watch 7 years of Lost in 2.5 weeks. Horrible ending. Just to mention that, I would go to sleep at night and I would close my eyes, and within minutes, I would wake up gasping for air because the saliva, it was so thick, it was covering my airway. And it was like, I would open my eyes like someone had their hands gripped around my throat. You hear me, if you heard me clearing my throat, and the reason I brought water up here is because even though I rang the bell August 11, 2014, I beat cancer and I thought it was going to get perfect. I like August 11th, ring the bell, life is dead, it's great. All of a sudden, for the next 2.5 weeks, symptoms got worse. Saliva got more thick. Today I have concerns, I will tell you, with teeth falling out, jaw cracking, cancer coming back, one day being embarrassing to my family because I can't speak because of radiation in my throat, because you never know what's going to happen. Everyone tells me not to worry about it. My dad says that with medical advances, the things we worry about today may not be a problem in the future, so not to worry about it, which keeps me positive. But if you were to give me a brownie today, and this is a side story, a brownie, and you would say, hey, eat this, without water, I can't do it, even if you offered me $1 million. But if I eat that brownie and I swallow it, and afterwards I floss my teeth, brush my teeth, gargle with mouthwash, I can still spit out black. And that is because I have scar tissue in my throat. So when you hear me clear my throat, it's not because I'm sick, it's because that scar tissue in the saliva is still there years later. So again, why is it important to vaccinate? Because you're protecting people not only from cancer today, but from the side effects of treatment years later, which is really important to me. This is a poem my daughter made for me in school. My hero, my dad, he's Superman. He is always strong. He is always determined. He is always sweet. He is always loving. He is always funny. He is a survivor. I should have said this from the beginning. I launched Superman HPV in 2017 because my friends called me Superman during chemo and radiation. When I went online when being diagnosed, everything was so depressing. I wanted to provide inspiration and information for those diagnosed and or researching HPV, the HPV vaccine, and HPV-related cancers, which I've been fortunate to have been able to do since going through treatment. I've spoken with Anna and others at 2 congressional briefings regarding the Prevent HPV Cancers Act. I've spoken in Ireland and in Scotland with the IPVC. I have spoken at many immunization coalitions. And again, I don't know if anyone watches AGT. This is the first time I've ever said this in a speaking engagement, but AGT, America's Got Talent, you see the golden buzzer. If anyone knows what that is, I watch the singers, the golden buzzer thing all the time. And shockingly enough, I believe that getting HPV-related oropharyngeal cancer and sharing my story and having it shared worldwide is my golden buzzer. And it's the only way I can think about it because it's not pleasant. It's not fun. 1 minute left. Ooh, I need to really go quick. All right, so I'm going to go fast here. How do I do this? Hit enter. Ooh. So this is about a minute. So the short story is what you're about to see. I'm working closely with a good friend of mine at UCF in Orlando. My goal is to have my cancer story shared in as many languages as possible on all 7 continents to save lives worldwide. It's my thing. I'm passionate about it. This is not my business. I have a full-time business, 50 to 70 hours a week, and I do this outside of that. You can just, thank you. I am 51 years old. I am a survivor of stage 4 HPV-related tonsil cancer. This is me as a hologram. I'm sharing my story because I really want people to understand the importance of the HPV vaccine. 51 год. Я, например, выживший после рака миндалин 4-й стадии, связанного с ВПЧ, Я делюсь своей историей, потому что действительно очень хочу, чтобы люди поняли действительно важность вакцины против ВПЧ. 51岁，我是四期人乳头瘤病毒相关便套体验的幸存者。我分享我的故事，是因为我真的希望人们能理解人乳头瘤病毒疫苗的重要性。So I wanted to end with that so you can understand. I know the importance of sharing the story, sharing the message, HPV vaccination. I just want to mention that my hope is that through using AI, that I will be able to communicate, or people can communicate, or you all can communicate in as many languages as possible on all 7 continents to save lives worldwide. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me today. I try to go through all 11 years very quickly. And I really value and appreciate the work you do, because you are literally protecting families like mine and people like me from ever having to make videos to their kids saying goodbye. So please keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much.
So all of our speakers to now have been fantastic. They're all good friends and buddies. So I didn't introduce them. Now I have another new buddy. So I thought it would be fitting that I introduce her a little bit, because she might be less of a familiar face. So it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Kathy McLaughlin. She's an associate professor of family medicine at Mayo Clinic in actual Rochester, Minnesota. So I'm glad you're here in Florida with us, and on faculty in their family medicine residency program. She has a passion for research and education focused on HPV prevention and cervical cancer elimination. And that's actually how I met her, because I heard her speak and was just blown away by the passion with which she talks about these topics. She co-chairs the HPV self-collection work group. So you heard a lot about different options now for cervical cancer screening. That group is for the American Cancer Society's National Roundtable on Cervical Cancer. She served as a subject matter expert for a variety of organizations, including the Federal Cervical Cancer Collaborative and the Cervical Cancer Moonshot Roundtable series with HRSA's Office of Women's Health Cervical Cancer, and the Cervical Cancer Echo Learning Series for safety net settings. I think you'll really enjoy the presentation, and every time I hear Dr. McLaughlin, I learn a little bit something more. So please come on up.
What a warm welcome. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be in this space. I'm honored to follow Jason. His story was so powerful. And Dr. Giuliano is, I'm trying not to fangirl from up here, but I'm just going to move on with what I'm going to say. So honored to be here. Thank you for attending my talk, HPV self-collection, hashtag you got this. I have no conflicts of interest, and I will not be referencing off-label usage. This is perhaps a lofty goal, but my hope is that following this presentation, you're going to feel more comfortable about explaining the who, what, when, where, why, and how of HPV self-collection. So I wanted to start by saying that when screening is done and followed by appropriate management and treatment of abnormal results, it works. You can see in the slide on the left a greater than 50% decline in incidence and deaths from cervical cancer from the mid-70s to the late 2010s. And if we looked back a few decades earlier to when Pap testing first came to be, that's about 75% reduction. And I do recall the slides with the hairspray. I was of that era of annual Pap testing with that. So when it's done, it works, right? But the problem is it's being done less and less, as was pointed out earlier this morning. The graph on the right shows the National Health Interview Survey data. So this is self-reported screening status. And over the past 2 decades, that has been in a pretty steady decline, to the point that in 2021, about 25 to 30% of people were not up to date with screening. And this is really problematic in that the majority of cases, or greater than 50% of cases, are found in people who have not engaged in screening or been able to get that completed. And we also care greatly because there's a huge health disparities issue. We know that screening rates are lower among people with less income, less education, in minoritized racial and ethnic groups. Rural versus urban was pointed out. There's a lot of groups in whom these rates are even lower. So the key message that I want you to walk away with today is the following. HPV self-collection is all about expanding screening options for and empowering those with barriers to speculum-based screening. We were really trying to target that 25 to 30% of unscreened folks, okay? And the hashtag You Got This messaging is twofold. One is a message to people who are candidates for this option to empower them to build their confidence that they can do this, they can take this into their own hands literally and get themselves screened. And the other piece of the hashtag You Got This is I'm really trying to empower people here today and maybe challenge you a little bit to go back to your institutions, your clinics, your healthcare systems, and start getting to work on implementation of self-collection. If you haven't already, perhaps you have, but if not. All right, I'm going to take the liberty of starting with the what. Probably folks in this room are familiar with the current options, which is a clinician-collected cervical specimen for Pap testing every 3 years, Pap HPV co-testing every 5, or primary HPV testing every 5 years. HPV self-collection is basically just an alternative way to perform primary HPV testing for cervical cancer screening, but using a self-collected vaginal specimen. And this was actually FDA approved in May of 2024. It's important to note the specific language around the approval. This is approved for use in a healthcare setting when the patient and the provider determine it's not possible for the clinician to collect a cervical specimen. So I think it's fair to interpret that if somebody has a barrier to having a speculum exam-based screening, this could be a good option for them. It's really important to note that there are 2 specific FDA-approved lab platforms and partnered devices or device. So the Roche system is partnered with the Evelyn brush pictured on the right or the Copan swab pictured on the left. The BD on Clarity lab system is partnered with the Copan swab. Although I really want this to be a practical review today, I feel that I need to share some of the evidence in the space of self-collection. So this slide shows data from a meta-analysis by Arvin et al. Looking at pooled relative sensitivity and specificity of 2 types of HPV assays. One is called signal amplification and the other is the PCR-based lab platforms. And they looked at self-collected versus clinician-collected specimens to detect or exclude precancers or cancers. And I've conveniently outlined in red what I want you to pay attention to, which is that the PCR-based tests are the way to go. And that is what the lab of FDA approval is for, those PCR-based platforms. And that when we look at the relative accuracy of self-collect compared with clinician collect to detect or exclude precancer or cancer, it's similar, 99% sensitivity, 98% specificity. Who saw the USPSTF draft recommendations in December of 2024? Anybody? So exciting things are happening. Again, this is not the final recommendation, but they had their draft recommendation posted for about 6 weeks for public comment. And what they are proposing, and this will be an update since their last 2018 publication, is that primary HPV screening should be the preferred test for 30 to 65-year-olds. Sounds like they're holding steady with cytology alone for the 21 to 29-year-olds and all 3 options for 30 to 65, but they're really pushing primary HPV and they're not distinguishing between clinician and self-collection. Again, that is a draft recommendation, but I wanted to share some of the evidence that they provided to come to this decision. They looked at 14 studies that looked at the agreement, as in the HPV positivity or negativity agreement between the self-collected vaginal and the clinician-collected cervical sample. They also looked at absolute accuracy. That means the accuracy of the HPV self-collected test to detect or exclude precancer or cancer. And then they also reported on the relative accuracy, which is similar to what the prior slide was with the Arvin data. And their conclusion was that self-collection is a very reasonable screening option and will hopefully bring more people into the fold in terms of increasing our screening percentages. I really like this slide, and shout out and thanks to Rebecca Perkins for letting me borrow it. It's a nice kind of high level comparison of clinician collection compared to self-collection. So certainly who is taking the sample and where it's taken from is pretty evident in the name. One of the big differences is that you obviously need a speculum exam for a cervical collection and you don't for the self. The test is the same, the PCR-based test. The other big difference is that if you have a clinician do a cervical collection and order a primary HPV test, if necessary, the lab can run a Pap test or a dual stain on that same sample. That is not true of a vaginal self-collected sample. So ultimately, that does change the management somewhat. With the clinician collected cervical sample, once you have those results back, you'll know if they need to go to colposcopy, come back in 1, 3, or 5 years, depending on the risk-based management using the ASCCP app. But with the vaginal collection, if they have HPV 16 or 18, they would go to colp, just like the clinician collection. But with other HPV, we need that triage test or that pap or dual stain to guide the risk-based management. So in that situation, patients would be asked to return to unbiased their primary care physician who should be doing their screening, or to their gynecologist or whoever offered them self-collection. They would have to have that extra step. And we'll talk about the implications of that a little further in. And then in context of frequency, so primary HPV by clinician collection is advised at every 5 years. Right now, there's a little disagreement, which is always not fun as a primary care person to not have somebody who's really expert in the space say, do this. And we say, cool, that makes sense. The evidence is great. But kind of a 3 to 5 year range is happening right now. So the Enduring Guideline Group, which I will explain in a little more detail a few slides in, is recommending 3-year intervals. Their recommendations were actually published 2 weeks ago. And the USPSTF is proposing 5-year intervals. And I think it's best to not get hung up on this and just get self-collection out there and we'll figure it out. 3 to 5 year intervals is going to be the thing. And then we do agree, and I appreciate Dr. Giuliano pointing out too that primary HPV is a lot better than pap testing, and everybody agrees on that. All right. So the WHO. Really important to understand that we're offering this to people who meet the eligibility criteria and that we're really focusing our efforts on unscreened and underscreened people. So this is basically a test that should be used for asymptomatic average risk people. So if someone comes in with abnormal uterine bleeding, pelvic pain, vaginal discharge, this is not the test for them, okay? It's for screening, not diagnostic in that regard. They need to qualify for primary HPV screening. So there's, again, a little disagreement in the guideline world to this extent that USPSTF supports 30 to 65-year-olds. And so I put that age range on there because most of us need to report to HEDIS and UDS, and those are the metrics they use. I support that. I also fully support the ACS guidelines, which would suggest 25 to 29-year-olds are also fine for primary HPV screening, but there can be issues with that if you're reporting your metrics out. And then the idea behind this is really for folks who have a barrier to speculum exam, but I added the question mark in one of my many iterations of updates. Thank you, Lauren, because I had to have the slide deck in early December, and then the USPSTF came out, and then the Enduring Guideline Group thing came out. So we've made some adjustments, but in general, this is for folks with a barrier to speculum exam. If you have somebody who's a good candidate for this, but they happen to have had menstrual bleeding or vaginal product use in the past few days, then it would be best for them to return and do the self-collect on a different day because they're more likely to get an invalid result. This is not a test for people who've had cervical cancer, who are living with HIV or other high-risk immunosuppression conditions, or who have had in utero DES exposure. If you're following USPSTF guidelines, this would not be for folks under 30. The manufacturer device labeling suggests not using this during pregnancy or within 3 months postpartum. And then if somebody only has Medicare insurance, I'm just going to share a pet peeve, but the CMS coverage guidelines for Medicare were last updated in 2015, 3 years before the USPSTF endorsed primary HPV screening. So it's 10 years later. So if anyone has the power to fix that in this room, that would be great. But if someone only has Medicare, now generally our Medicare folks have exited screening. We're not good at determining that they've actually done that. They need to have had 2 negative HPV-based tests or 3 negative PAPs in the 10 years preceding. So don't just let people stop at 65. All right, what's going to happen with clinician collected cervical screening? Is that going away? I don't think so. I don't think it should. And I think there's agreement on that. But I did want to share the recommendations from the Enduring Guidelines Group. And I found out from Susan last night that not everyone might know what that is. So basically, the Enduring Guidelines Group includes representatives from 19 national organizations, such as the American Academy of Family Physicians, ACOG, ACS, NCI, patient advocacy groups. And they are the group that came together and published the 2019 ASCCP abnormal management recommendations that were actually published in April of 2020, but they were named the 2019 guidelines. That group has kind of stuck together, and sort of as an extension of that, they are now commenting on new technology. They've published guidelines on dual stain, on extended genotyping, and now they're also taking on self-collection. And so again, consider looking this up, but it was published 2 weeks ago. So what they're saying is that traditional cervical cancer screening with a speculum-based exam is still preferred if people don't have barriers to speculum exam. And they're saying that it is strongly preferred that a clinician collection is done in folks who've had abnormal PAP, HPV tests, colposcopy, or LEAP. There's two reasons for that. One being the data is not as robust in that higher risk group for self-collection. And the second reason being that that group of people are going to have higher prevalence of positive HPV or HPV detected. And so they will need that triage PAP or dual stain. And so it might be easier from the get-go if they're willing to just do the clinician collection. Again, I'll point out that USPSTF differences include the fact that they aren't seeming to distinguish a preference between clinician and self-collect, and they don't comment in the group that's on the right side of the screen. Okay, the win. The win is now, okay? We had FDA approval last May, and we have anticipated, fingers crossed, guideline endorsement from the USPSTF coming. So now is the time that we need to get to work on this. And as far as the where, I think it might be helpful to note that many other countries have been offering this for some time. We're a little late to the party, but we're trying to catch up, right? And so the World Health Organization has endorsed self-collection as part of their strategy for cervical cancer elimination. I'm not aware of quite as many places in the US doing this yet, but I think it's gonna change, it's gonna pick up. And really ideally, you see listed here more academic medical centers. The Kaiser is more in partnership with the University of Washington with all the work Rachel Weiner has done. But we need to bring this to safety net clinics, to FQHCs. They're the ones who need the support and the resources to make this happen. The why. I kind of talked about the why before, but it really is about expanding access to screening and addressing health equity. So how does the opportunity to screen yourself in clinic address health equity? It does so by addressing barriers to speculum exam. So I have just a few things listed here that have been reported in the literature when they've surveyed people who are not engaging in screening and wondering about the why. And this is not an all-inclusive list. But what I see this list as being is a challenge and an opportunity for me to provide patient-centered, trauma-informed care, okay? We don't have to have people go into all the great details of why they feel like they can't be screened. If they tell me, I'm not doing that, like, okay, will you do this, right? And I want to acknowledge too that right now there's not FDA approval for home-based or mailed test kits, but once that happens, that will open up a whole new set of barriers that we can address, like transportation to clinic, time, the disconnect between when people work and when our clinics are open. All right, so for the how, there's kind of the how for patients, there's the how for clinics and healthcare systems, and there's the how for providers. The how for patients, I just want folks to be aware that there are great resources from both medical device manufacturers with printed instructions, with video instructions, and there have been a lot of survey studies done where people who've used these devices report very high levels of acceptability. They talk about benefits of ease of use, privacy, convenience, less pain, less embarrassment, less anxiety around being screened. The how for healthcare systems, don't let this overwhelm you. You can do it. Essentially, you have to make sure you have an FDA-approved lab platform, right, and understand what your current workflow is. Get the right team together. But one of the key points is that you're just modifying your workflow. You're integrating self-collection into your current workflow. You don't have to fully recreate the wheel. You do need a new EHR order. You need to become friends with some IT people. That will make it work better for you as well. But there's going to be a publication in the next couple of months, kind of an implementation or steps guide from 3 implementation scientists whom I have the opportunity to work with on the HPV self-collection work group. I want to give a shout out to John Lynn, Jasmine Tiro, and Jane Monteliegre from across the US, and they're going to take their experience in their own institutions and publish this. It will be accessible to all, hopefully soon, and I think that will be a great roadmap for people to follow. In terms of the how for providers, we talked about who's eligible. That's kind of the first step of the how. And then results management, right? A screening test is like a point in time, but the screening continuum incorporates managing and treating abnormal results. So with the self-collected primary HPV, I don't know if there's any clinicians in the house, but HPV 16 or 18 is the highest of the high risk. About 70% of cervical cancers needs colposcopy, whether that's found on vaginal or cervical sampling. The sort of tricky aspect is that with other HPV types being positive, the patient does need to come back and have the speculum exam for a PAP or dual stain to be able to guide management. We still need to use the ASCCP app. Past results still matter, current results matter. That all goes into the risk-based management piece. You can get invalid HPV results, which we should find reassuring. This means that the likelihood of a false negative is really low, right? The lab platforms have internal controls. So if there's not enough stuff on the brush, so to speak, sorry, that sounded crude, but you will get an invalid HPV result, not a false negative. If that happens, I would encourage my patients to come in and try to have the clinician collected cervical, but if they just can't do that, it's okay to let them try the self swab again. And then the negative results, again, the screening will be somewhere between 3 to 5 years. Just a quick point on lab platform management differences. So with Roche, you get a 16, 18, yes, no, and then they pool the others. And so people in that pooled category positive need to come back for that dual stain or PAP triage. With BD, they have some extended genotyping such that if the only positives fall in that narrow channel of types 56, 59, or 66, they can actually come back and self-collect again in a year. But everybody else in that other pool needs to come in for the triage test. So I like visuals. So what to expect if 100 people self-collect in kind of an average risk population. About 90% will screen negative and need to come back in 3 to 5 years. About 7% will have other HPV and need to come in to see you for the PAP or dual stain, and that will guide the next steps. And about 3% will have HPV 16 or 18 and need to go to COLP. I feel strongly about the fact that we as clinicians need to get better about counseling on and destigmatizing HPV positive. Several speakers today, I think, have pointed out that HPV is ubiquitous, right? If you are a sexually active human being, you will probably have an exposure at some point in your life. And so we need to make sure that people understand that they aren't ashamed about it, and that the positive HPV test is also not dependent on their current or recent sexual activity. It could be a positive test could be new HPV infection, but it could also be a persistent infection. We see this in our early 30-somethings who've gone from cytology alone screening to HPV-based screening. Have they had HPV for a month or 5 years? We don't really know, right? And then the newest concept, it's not that new, but it's getting more attention now because there was a great publication by one of the International Papillomavirus Society work groups. And actually, this is not the newest slide deck that I gave Lauren. Sorry, the reference is on that, so we can send that out to you. Encourage you to read that. It's about the natural history of HPV. And we're increasingly understanding that this concept of clearance probably isn't that true, and that the viral load goes down to the point where you don't detect it on our tests anymore. And so hopefully it's clinically insignificant, lab undetectable, but with immune status changes with age, smoking, life, new immunosuppression conditions, that viral load can increase and get picked up. And so the whole point of that, not whole point, but one of the points of that article was that we should really use language of detection and non-detection, not clearance. I'm going over, sorry. Okay, just a quick shout out to Dr. Sahasra Bude from NCI and the SHIP trial. This is a multi-center clinical trial aimed at facilitating regulatory approvals for at-home self-collection approaches, really with the goal of reaching underserved and underscreened populations. And we can't wait to see what they find out. Hopefully it's good. All right, a couple quick talking points for wrapping up. HPV self-collect testing is a new screening option, mostly for those with barriers to speculum exam. This test is expanding the menu of screening options. This is not a takeaway. We are not replacing current screening options. If you are going to offer this in your practice, shared decision-making and pre-test counseling is important so that patients understand that a positive self-collect test will require a follow-up visit with a speculum exam, and that would be back with you for PAP or dual stain if it's other HPV, and colposcopy if it was HPV 16-18. And so if they elected from the get-go to have the clinician collected sample, the lab could run that reflex test, but could not do so on a vaginal specimen. All right, taking us back to where we began. HPV self-collection is all about expanding screening options for and empowering those with barriers to speculum-based screening. Hashtag you got this. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Excellent presentation. There are a few clinicians that think, advances such as this would sort of discourage patients from going to see their clinicians. Is this something you're hearing? I believe there's room for education if you have that sort of mindset, but is this something you're also hearing, and how challenging is it going to be to sort of change that mindset among some of these clinicians?
So the current FDA approval is only offering this in the healthcare settings, so they do have to engage. I mean, so we're not reaching everybody. So we implemented at Mayo a month ago. So we're offering this, or Mayo Midwest, I should say, in our Wisconsin and Minnesota practices. So what I'm encouraging our residents to do is take a look at those best practice advisories on Epic. And if you see somebody who is, overdue for screening or not screened, they're there for their diabetes or their sprained ankle or who knows what, it's a chance to say, hey, we've got this new option for screening. It seems like you may have had some barriers to getting this done. Tell me more. Here it is. And so we are seeing them, but definitely that concern around like once it's home-based, I mean, I think I love seeing my patients, so I think that is a concern. But I think in general, it's not a reason to not get people screened, right? I mean, so the goal is like population health level, get as many people screened as we can, make sure they have the downstream access resources they need if they have to come in for a PAP or dual stain, if they need colposcopy or LEAP. And so it's just going to be that continued communication, but not, in my opinion, a reason to not offer it or pursue that home-based approval. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
I find myself thinking that we're in the messy middle right now,
Absolutely.
where I long for the see your gynecologist once a year and get a PAP. And I mean, I'm in the field, I do this, and I can't even get it right. So I was just wondering kind of two things. One, how do you see us getting out of the kind of mess that's so confusing to both practitioners and the public? And second, like, what do you think, if you had to predict 5 years down the line, the kind of simple message that we're going to get out, what do you think that's going to be?
I would love to see our country shift from opportunistic to organized screening. I don't know if that will happen, but that's, kind of the concept of registries and invitations, sent to patients. And I think some healthcare systems, I mean, Mayo are very like population health based, right? And so I have my panel that I'm responsible to, even if they don't come in and see me, and other ways to take care of them. And so I think that kind of mindset, like if we could all have like a registry like New Mexico does, and be keeping track of like what's happening and who's needing that. That's probably like a pie in the sky dream, but that's one concept. But I agree with you. There's been so much change in terms of what's available for screening, what interval should we do it, what ages. It's really confusing, right? For those of us in primary care and probably in more specialty practices too, and our patients are also confused. But I do think, having that connection, hopefully they're in a place where there's an electronic health record, where there's a portal, that's a way we can reach people through those reminders and that kind of thing. But yeah, in context of self-collection, I think the science is ahead of like the guidelines, and the science is ahead of the practice. And so it's a really exciting moment actually, but I think that piece will get less messy once that's all sorted out and we have endorsement from ACS and ACOG and USPSTF. And hopefully people could get back to sort of the golden age where they all agreed with each other and had like one consistent messaging. I'm not sure that's gonna happen, but I'm not sure if I answered your question, sorry, but organized screening registries would be helpful.
I got it. I don't know if it works. So first of all, I'm a patient advocate. I lost my father to cancer 13 years ago, and I've been doing that for 13 years. I am also working for Rovers. You have a sample in your bags of the brush, the self-collection. Please open it and feel it. And I am one of the patients. I love seeing my doctor, so I will never do self-collection. I believe in it, but I love talking to my doctors, and I think that communication has to be open. My only concern as a patient advocate in the years to come, when this is home collection, when something is free, we just don't do it. I had that for colonoscopy. I have never done it the self-collect. So I think the most important thing that we have to do, and again, I'm a patient advocate, that we have to teach those women that this is important. This is detecting cancer, and that's going to save their lives. When we come to that at-home collection part, I think that's the part that's important. Again, I'm in the field, not as a doctor, as a patient advocate. I have never done the colon self-collection myself. So I think we really have to educate the public on how important this is. So not a question, kind of like a, expansion to your wonderful presentation.
I mean, I think I've had some people say, well, what if people don't do that next step? And that's true for anything, right? I mean, that is true for Cologuard or FIT testing or, a mammogram where there's an, I mean, we can't control whether people continue down the path of the screening continuum, but we need to make sure they have access to it and they understand, why it's so important. So I'm going to stick around during the break if people want to come up and ask any questions too.
Incredible presentation. I just wanted to ask, as a physician, how do you approach the conversation of recommending self-collection kits to patients, parents, younger ages,
So
in
self-
terms of the stigma surrounding STIs?
Yeah. So first of all, for self-collection, if you're following USPSTF guidelines or in terms of like coverage and that, it would be 30 to 65 years old. Okay, so just to point that out. Yeah, I mean, so what we're doing in our residency program, we have a huddle every morning and afternoon and talk about who's coming and why. And we're asking people to make particular note of the cervical cancer screening status. And if they're doing like a week or a month and they've always engaged, it's not necessarily a conversation we're going to have other than, hey, you're due like tomorrow, let's just get this done today. But for people who are long overdue or never screened, we're coming in with our patient ed materials that we created, with the printed handout for the self-collection instructions, with the QR code to the video, and saying, hey, this is a new option and we're not sure if you've heard about it, but why don't you read through this material as you wait for your doctor to come in, and then they'll come in and we'll just kind of add that to the visit. And if they're willing, deal with everything else they came for, and then give them the brush and step out and give them privacy, and then it's done. But the HPV stigma piece is kind of what I talked to in the slide of just kind of helping people understand that it's ubiquitous. I heard somebody call HPV like the common cold of the nether regions. But then I pointed out to them that the common cold is not preventable with a vaccine, and we have HPV vaccine. So it's ubiquitous, but it's preventable.
And there are just two questions in the chat, so I want to make sure we get to these. What would be an example of a barrier to speculum exam? And then the other one address how expensive is the self sample?
I mean, so in terms of barriers, that was kind of on the slide where people sometimes have physical disability or mobility issues, sometimes history of sexual trauma or abuse, mental health challenges, past bad exam that was uncomfortable or embarrassing or horrible, and they say, I'm never doing that again. I mean, there's just kind of a wide range of barriers that this can help address. And then the HPV test, I mean, the cost should not be different than it would be for a primary HPV test that was clinically collected. I don't have the device. The devices are pretty cheap, but it would just be like other cervical screening costs. You need to build this with an ICD-10 code of screening. And if they come back for the pap or dual stain, that's part of the screening continuum, and that should also be billed as screening. There's one HPV CPT code. For better or worse, it changed January 1st, such that some states have been slower to add it to their fee coverage for Medicaid. So I've confirmed from Minnesota, Wisconsin, Arizona, because those are kind of the places that I care about through Mayo. Florida has not finalized their 2025 fee coverage, but we anticipate that they will cover this, because if they don't, that means they wouldn't cover primary HPV by clinician collection or the HPV part of a co-test. So they're just slow, and I'm impatient, but we keep bothering them. I was hoping to be able to tell you for sure today in Florida, but it'll happen. So
thank you so much. It is time for our break. Just as a reminder, the donut truck has arrived. So if you would like to grab your donuts now, you can exit out the side door, and Rodney in green will direct you. Also, if you need a ticket, that little white ticket is for your donuts. He also has extra tickets in case you need them, and we'll resume shortly. Oh yeah, you should be able to see it. So if you want to come up really quick, just so you can see.
Yeah, perfect.
So you should be able to see them right there.
Fantastic. Perfect. Thank you so much. Mine doesn't show up sometimes. It depends like where on.
Okay, about 2 more minutes before we resume. Yes, come on up. Yes, the corralling. Okay, we are getting ready to get started. So if everyone could find your seats. I know we have a couple people out at the bathroom.
You guys have microphones, okay? Rounding people up. Oh, and there's still more microphones because I was wondering about people asking questions, you know? All right, we're going to try to get started in another minute. The donut truck has taken many people away. I don't know, maybe for multiple tickets. I'm not sure. But I have an extra ticket. Oh. All right. Well, it is a pleasure to welcome everybody back. And it was just really a terrific morning in terms of our speakers. And thank you for our online folks and your questions. Please keep them coming. So we're shifting a little bit, both in terms of topic and format, to more of a panel-based discussion. We already heard a question about cost. And that's going to be a major consideration for any of the efforts or work that we do within our own organizations and particularly our healthcare systems. So the first panel that we're teeing up today is one that's on the payer perspective of HPV-related cancers. with a healthy dose of policy mixed in. So what I'll do is I will introduce our three wonderful speakers, and I may start by teeing up a question or two, moderator's prerogative, but I hope that you all will also be thinking of questions for this very knowledgeable panel as we move throughout the session. So I will start with Dr. Miguel Venerio. He is a 36-year veteran of the healthcare industry and has held a position as Senior Vice President and Chief Medical Officer at Community Care Plan since 2014. Before joining CCP, he practiced OBGYN for 15 years in Broward County. It's actually where I grew up. And after retiring from active clinical practice, he served as medical director for Medicaid and Medicare plans. We've already heard about those two plans this morning, as well as physician liaison and director of medical affairs for two of the largest hospital systems in South Florida. Next, we have Dr. Tracy Thompson. She's a board certified internist with a 21-year tenure as a healthcare executive. Dr. Thompson is currently Chief Medical Officer for Humana Healthy Horizons in Florida's Medicaid plan. Dr. Thompson is also founder of Tracy's House, which is in our own backyard. So in Tampa, a nonprofit organization that aims to improve health equity by empowering the community within zip codes that correlate to worse health outcomes. And that is really something at Moffitt we have also attended to and thought a lot about. Where you live shouldn't determine whether you live. So thank you for that work. And the Dr. Tracy's House provides personalized and compassionate primary care that everyone deserves to improve the health, their own health, as well as the health of our community. And finally, we have Ellen Anderson, who is the State Legislative Affairs Director for Moffitt Cancer Center. She started her legislative career in 2005 as a health policy aide in the Florida House of Representatives, and then moved up to the Florida Senate, where she's focused on various health and human services affecting the state of Florida, including the policy shift from fee-for-service to Medicaid managed care. Ellen has spent her advocacy career enhancing the access to healthcare delivery models for Floridians on behalf of hospitals through the state, and has volunteered on various boards to elevate the advocacy discussion among peers and colleagues. She works with the Junior League to educate their membership on public policy issues affecting women, children, and families, and is my personal phone a friend when I have questions about policy and all things related to that. So with that introduction, I was hoping that each of you could talk a little bit. I gave sort of a high level of your roles, but could each of you talk about your work in HPV-related topics in your current position, whether that's broadly or a specific issue. So maybe we'll start with, let's start in the middle. Middle people never get to go first.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So in my role as Chief Medical Officer, I'm responsible for our care management, our utilization management team, and also our quality improvement and population health. And so for HPV, we've worked very closely with our Medicaid state agency to increase our rates in terms of having those eligible women get HPV screening, cervical cancer screening. We have worked with the makers of Gardasil with Merck, specifically to educate our associates on the importance of HPV vaccination, and to have those conversations when they're talking with providers, when they're talking with our members and their parents on the phone, and to reiterate the importance of getting screening, and as it being part of one way to prevent cancer, and to be able to understand that it is something, instead of an opt-out, it's more of an opt-out, that we assume that everyone's going to get screening, and really being able to educate our providers to put that in, because our members, and being a practicing provider myself, they understand that patient-doctor relationship, and look to the provider to provide them with that education. And if we expect that this is something that's going to be beneficial and positive for them, that they're going to listen to us. So really changing the way we grew up, some years ago when it was, you may have that discussion versus this is something that I'm recommending that is very important for you to do and put it as part of the workflow.
Thank you. Dr. Benaru?
And good morning, everybody. And thank you, Trace. Because the efforts that she described, I think, are universal among the Medicaid plans in the state of Florida, for sure, if not the other plans, as we try, first of all, to push the vaccines. Prevention is the name of the game. You know, when you talk about the economics of health insurance, prevention is the number one thing, because you can avoid a lot of costs downstream if you prevent ahead of time or if you early detect. Um, we try to not only engage our population with education and constant drives and awareness campaigns and notifications, but we also involve our providers to act on behalf of as advocates for the members. And we do that by educating, as Tracy described, that they do with their providers, but also enticing them to ensure that they have a high rate of vaccinations in the prevention arena, especially for the young kids. We're still having that little bit of a disparity between girls and boys. We wish we could vaccinate more, both boys and girls, because our rates, Florida doesn't rank very high among the country. We lag behind the country. And I don't know if you noticed in the map, heat map that we saw earlier, there was on the southeast corner, there was one county that was yellow between two greens. We're yellow. And it's just, when you think about it, you're sitting in an area where the knowledge, the common knowledge, there's practices that expand between the county borders. Their practice patterns are the same, but yet the acceptance by the population is not. And it has to do with a lot of things, and some of which, I mean, it definitely deals with, on a regular basis at the state level. But I think the awareness, the need of prevention, I think we could always do a better job of that. I think if we got 1% of the commercials that people see, and there were PSAs on any one of the topics that we're talking about today, I think a lot more people will get the services that are needed because they are available. I mean, Medicaid is obviously covers preventive services, and this is, nothing that we talked about today, well, except for self, and that's coming. That will be approved when the fee schedule comes out, at least in the state of Florida.
Thank you. Ellen?
Good morning. So, a lot of what we do in the government relations department is, as the data is shown from our various experts through the various departments that we have at Moffitt, that they need either there's a barrier, a governmental barrier in the way of us being able to operationally do what we need to do effectively. That's when the government relations team really steps in, comes up with a strategic advocacy commitment to their department on either getting them in front of their state representative, their state legislator, local. It all really depends on what the issue is that's been identified. So in this space, it would be that we need increased awareness. And a lot of what you are already doing is being amplified in your local communities. All we're doing is to support you and making sure that the state legislator sees it, and also that our policies in the state of Florida reflect the work that we need to be getting done throughout the state in order for us to be successful. Our mission is the prevention and cure of cancer, so all we're doing is the support to our wonderful team at Moffitt.
Thank you. I have one more question, and then definitely want to open it up to the audience. So we heard about self-sampling just now. And so I was wondering from each of your perspectives, being part of plans or working on the policy front, what do you think are going to be, or what are typically the biggest challenges when something new, like vaccine was new many years ago for HPV, are going to be the biggest challenges from a plan payer type of perspective?
So I think it's going to be taking the time and the educating, not only educating the providers, but also educating our patients. We already have, and we put on providers, they have to document and they have to get a lot of things done. But I think maybe giving them a script and, having that QR code where you can put up a video and making the video being played in the waiting room while people are, waiting for their services. But I think it's just where does it fit? Being able to find where does it fit
Workflow.
in the workflow to have that conversation. Because if you're already talking and someone's already scheduled for a PAP, or going to do that cervical collection, it's probably one that I probably wouldn't talk to, but maybe just coming in for maybe a lab check or you're coming in for something else. So just making it of giving people those options of how to add it to their workflow.
I think we have, actually, in the state, we have a very good example, self-administered testing and the benefits that it can bring as far as increasing the screening rate. Dr. Chris Kogel, the CMO for Medicaid in the state of Florida, last year asked the plans to try and raise our screening scores because they were abysmal, they've been abysmal for colon cancer. And pairing with a company that actually has Cologuard, got it out there in the community, and we sent it out to everybody who qualified for screening in our plan. Of course, we had certain, intricacies as to who's going to be responsible for a positive test and et cetera, et cetera. But we worked through that. We worked through that. And I think for self-administration, I think for HPV especially, I would like to see a universal. I think there's things coming down the pike, and you guys know better than me because you do the research. But I think that visit to the doctor, the regular yearly visit to the doctor is going to become a thing of the past. Just like that scraper spatula that we used back in the day when you were a young girl and I was practicing already. Because they've gone, there's been evolution. There's been evolution, and there's ways that we can, what we needed to have that test done for, I think we've got better ways coming down the pike or already existing. And I think that the self-administered test will be one of those.
From a state policy perspective, I would probably recommend when you're introducing a new issue into the arena, especially on the medical side, is definitely getting with your trade associations first to kind of vet the messaging, stay on. I mean, we heard this a little bit earlier this morning on just the different guidelines that are out there and how confusing that may be. So when you're trying to introduce something new, making sure that your trade associations are all on that same messaging, and then starting with your Department of Health. So the Florida Department of Health in Florida is the one that's actually supposed to be disseminating information on educational awareness and has the immunization department and everything like that. So those are the two places that I would probably start. And then you go to your legislators and you go from there, and with your stakeholders. You never have to do anything alone, so that they're able to see that this is something that is data driven, and it's also in masses. It's not just something that, because something new can be a little intimidating. So you kind of break that barrier a little bit. So in that regard.
Excellent. Questions for this panel? Yes, Ezra. Is there a mic that we can? I don't know about the people on Zoom. That's the only thing. We're going to see who's faster, Dr. Haidt or Lauren.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Good idea.
So now that I'm a patient advocate and working for Rovers for self-collection, two things that I was thinking of, educating the providers. I just want to give you an example. For Canada, Northwest region is starting to go live with Evelyn April 7th. And I will be giving a speech, not as a doctor because my background is not medical, but giving a speech online to the providers, telling them what the Evelyn is about. And I actually did say specifically, I'm open to any speeches, any webinars, and anything I can do from my end to save those women, because that's why I'm here pretty much. So maybe if you want somebody to speak, I like talking, although this is my third language, but I do like talking. I'll be more than happy to talk to the providers from the patient view, pretty much. And
I
also, I have started working with, I'm new to US. All the work that I have done was for Europe before. So I'm definitely new to US. I've been working for US for the last 10 months. All the advocacy has been on gynecological cancers overseas. So I'm new to FDA, I'm new to legislation, but I realized very quickly that community outreach is where we need to be at. And I started working with UPenn and also GW. I'm going to be meeting with their cancer care next week. So if there is any kind of campaign, I have done international campaigns in the past. I have knowledge, I have volunteers, I have my husband, I have my whole community who can help and do whatever is needed on the prevention and screening. So I'll be more than happy to help as me, I'll help as Rover's medical devices.
Thank you so much. And really, it does take a village of people.
Thank you for your work, and I think we'll need a lot more of your work before we get to the point where Europe is, right? Right now, as a practitioner, as a health plan, I'm limited to how I can cover or provide the service because the indications and the recommendations are not for self-use at home, right? Right? You have to do it in an environment that's regulated. So we need to get to that next step. And I was, I was talking before about in the future. I don't know how close the future is. I hope it's going to be a very close future where we get to that point because we already have similar testing that is proven to be effective in preventing and screening more people.
Do you guys believe the current controversial environment and misinformation surrounding vaccinations is affecting HPV vaccination rates? And if so, from a provider perspective and state policy perspective, how are you guys working to overcome those obstacles?
It's an easy question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this current wave of vaccine hesitancy comes upon another wave of in the community that I serve in terms of vaccine hesitancy, in terms of clinical trials and things like that. I think it's taking the time and educating and being able to provide information to the community that it's necessary. This can save lives, and that if there's a personal connection, like if I've had my kids vaccinated, which I have, being able to share that. But I think that we are in, especially in Florida, we are in an environment where there's been a lot of I remember when my kids were younger, they could get the flu vaccine at school. We just had to sign off and they got that they took that out of schools. And so it's not on the requirement in terms of getting into school. The TDAP is, and I think that's why it's so much higher. And I think it's just going to take communities, it's going to take providers really educating their community that this is important and that there is an importance of vaccination that is discussed at every visit to actually counteract the misinformation that's out there.
And if I may, our providers need support. Our providers are at the front lines and they're caught with it. They know what the right thing to do is. They're trying to do it for the members, and they don't know how to deal with it. We see the gamut. We see people from, I tell them they don't do it, it's okay, to I will not keep somebody in my practice unless they go through the vaccines. And of course, then on the one side, you're limiting access because even though they're not getting the vaccines, they're also not getting routine care, which there is other value to that, right? Additional value to that. And then you get the ones that, whatever it is, but they're facing it on a daily basis. And it's because it's everywhere and it's regional. We're in 5 regions in the state, and I can tell you, I hear different things from providers because some have no issues getting 80% of their population vaccinated, and others are struggling at 15.
You can imagine a spectrum of opinions on whether to be vaccinated or not. Certainly the ones that maybe are way over here, it's very, very difficult. There's the ones a little bit over here that are listening and are concerned and are probably on the fence of not getting vaccinated. Some of you are aware that process of where our receptionists and our medical assistants are often asked questions. They get asked about, what do you think about this HPV vaccine? Now, if they got asked, what do you think about giving my child Tylenol or aspirin? They're trained. You do not answer that question. We did the opposite. We trained them to please answer that question. Oh, the HPV vaccine, it prevents 6 different types of cancer. You should talk to your clinician when you get back there. Can you imagine the difference between hearing, I'm sorry, I can't talk about that? Immediately you're siding now with, oh, there must be a concern. But if you hear somebody say, well, I'm not an expert in it, but I understand how effective it is. Don't you talk to your nurse practitioner or your doctor about it? That person is more likely to listen and change their mind.
There's a question back there, and then we'll go to Grace.
Well, what I wanted to say is with the change in the CDC under the new administration, the vaccine section on HPV, there used to be a lot of information that would take away a lot of myth that the parents needed to know about. For example, there was a myth a long time, and it's still going around because I deal with it as a nurse, that if I get my child vaccinated with the HPV, they're going to be sterile. That's been an old myth that it causes sterility. They're going to become sexually active, and I'm not sure if the information is still there because a lot of things have been removed from the CDC website because of the current administration. So that can also lead to a current atmosphere of hesitancy for the parents with the HPV vaccine, because I know where we work, I usually tell the parents to go on the HPV vaccine site and CDC. And if they speak Spanish, they can click on that one in Spanish and they get the information. But a lot of that stuff have been taken down off of the CDC website.
So before we go on to our next question, I just wanted to, I haven't checked the CDC website, so I'm not sure kind of what information is still there, but I want to also point our attention to other organizations that have actually great information around these same topics, both in English and Spanish. For example, the American Cancer Society HPV Roundtable has more information than you would ever want directed to providers, to patients. The American Academy of Pediatrics is another resource. So, if that is an issue, we can connect later too, so that we can make sure that you have at your fingertips kind of those types of educational resources that would be helpful if those prior ones aren't available.
So I had a question. It'll probably be focused more to Dr. Venerio just because of the area you practice in. How do you get those folks in the middle that aren't necessarily anti-vax, but because of ethnic or racial beliefs? So specifically, my parents are Hispanic. My parents are not anti-vax. My mom's an engineer. My dad's a nurse. But growing up, my mom wasn't behind the HPV vaccination because of that stigma that your children will become sexually active or it's promoting sexual activity. How do you reach those individuals who are educated but have the more old style beliefs?
I don't know how reproducible this is, but we found that the best way to reach somebody is talk their language. If you have somebody who culturally, and it's not just the language, but culturally, right, is on a one-on-one basis with that individual, that conversation can be had in a way that is most fruitful. So we do, we have multicultural distinction as our plan. We employ practitioners that can actually speak the language of the members so that we can communicate, but it's education. It's just how it is that you do it. I think is very effective if it's same culture, but it's education because the whole thing. These are facts, right? These are facts that are proven that lead to a recommended behavior. That should lead to a recommended behavior, and it's getting people through the steps. I know, for example, that, and it's not anecdotal. Obviously, there's data on that, but it does work when you can talk down to the level and the doctor's recommendation of actually having people be familiar with what it is and let them know what the benefits could be, or if they have a personal experience relating that and seeing them as a person, I think it's important.
It's the secret sauce behind any effective advocacy strategy is meeting people where they're at and everything enabling your resources to meet them where they're at. So to your point, it's got to be cultural. It's got to be language barriers. It's you can't meet me at my office because you don't have a car. I'll meet you in your community.
I was asked this question at a church group while I was promoting the flu vaccine, and they brought up that specific issue about promiscuity. I addressed it, and I think that's the best advice there is, well, I have a daughter, and I hope to be a grandparent. I hope that one day she'll be married, have a child. I'm not going to do an exam on her husband, but I know they're going to have unprotected intercourse in order to have that child. And I was pretty blunt about that, but I said, that's it. Would want her to be protected. This is where you get the protection. This is how you prevent those cancers. I probably might have worded it better, but I think that that was a very key message for them to say, oh, well, yes, it's not doing that. And then we had all the data too to say that this has not been causing those particular worries, but that's a great point.
Oh, I have a question back here.
There's one here, and then we'll go back there, and then there were two over here.
Maybe more of a question slash comment. I'm Cassie Ritchie. I'm on the Roche Diagnostics Government Affairs team. So this may be more directed towards you, Ellen. Just a comment that I'd be interested to get your perspective on the CDC breast and cervical cancer early detection program, specifically the one administered in Florida. I know that each state administers it differently, and sometimes the services can be different. I've seen in some states the program will only offer pap smears to individuals who are getting their services through the program. So perhaps a policy to look at allowing for the expansion of HPV self-collection is ensuring that those programs are able to offer that service within the other services that they're providing to their community.
Thank you for the question. It's interesting. Before in getting prepared for this panel, I actually reached out to DOH. DOH has a new government affairs, legislative affairs director. I have not received a response yet, so I'm not going to be able to actually answer how they are doing it. But when I do get that response, because we have a new administration, we have new folks that are in the governor's office. There is a new political climate that is kind of taken over. And so I'll be interested to see how there are 3 different programs that DOH is supposed to be administering in Florida, and they go through our county health departments. Is it happening still? Is it still being funded? Honestly, I do not know.
Jennifer, and then
Good morning.
Dr. Liu and Dr. Julie.
I'm Jennifer Conga with the American Cancer Society. Thank you so much for your perspectives. I wanted to just bring up what Dr. V said about some of our resources specific to payers, because I keep coming back to, but these pediatricians and primary care docs, they want to do the right thing. They have 10 to 15 minutes in that patient visit, right? Where they might be dealing with an acute care issue. So we know they often want to do the right thing. So payers are so critical to provide those system changes and supports. So I want to just quickly shout out 3 things that might be of help if you're listening out there in cyberland for payers and for our panelists. There is an action guide for health plans from the National HPV Vaccination Roundtable. How do you create that pro-vaccination environment within your health plan to support those frontline healthcare workers? Secondly, we have a national HPV payer learning collaborative where folks like our panelists today come together on a quarterly basis to share what they're doing around HPV vaccination and hear from each other on what actually works in practice. And that's rolling out next month. So if you want information on that, I'm happy to share. And then lastly, there's a brand new communications toolkit for payers, which includes sample letters to parents, sample social media posts, all the kinds of your practice doesn't have to take that time. We've done it for you. And it's all packaged. And that just came out in the last month. So just wanted to share that. Thank you for what you do, because payers are in this space of population health, and we just need to do more to support our frontline providers. Thank you.
I just want to thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate And my quality improvement director is online right now, so no, she's taking
Listen
notes.
up. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Dr. Lu, yes.
That was awesome. I didn't realize that the American Cancer Society had those resources. As the cost of cancer treatment really continues to rise, um, I think the focus on prevention, which in the past has actually been, there's not been as much focus. I think it's going to come into more focus. And so my question to you all is, you know, because you're having to pay for it, whether it's treatment or prevention, do you ever foresee kind of having a more proactive role beyond, kind of incentives or anything like that for prevention?
Well, actually, yes. I think tools as were just brought up and mentioned, right? I think that will help the plans because the plans see their roles somewhat limited. It's evolving. It's definitely evolving, and I think that's where your question goes. We've been supporting the providers in doing what is medically correct, right? I think that role itself is changing. I think that move towards that prevention and surveillance more than actually waiting for something to be wrong and then I'll take care of you. I think that's evolving, and I think we can play a heightened role in that as nationwide plans. Some of us are limited by state funding and what's on the schedule and what we can address, while there's small segment of us that can go beyond that, because if we're not for profit, community based, we can actually add resources beyond what it's prescribed, right? But we're limited because we don't have the answers, right? We wish we had the answers. If there was that thing that we could do that would make this thing go away, I'm sure that we would do it, because you're absolutely right. If we prevent it, we could prevent 1,000 before we have to, we'll match the cost of taking care of one, right? So as a financial equation, it makes sense. It makes sense. Plus, it improves the community that we're part of, which is a little nice sidebar.
Yeah. So from the state perspective, the Agency for Healthcare Administration is who administers our Medicaid managed care program. So every 5 years when these bids go out, the healthcare plans have to meet certain criteria. And one of them, because the state wants to cost cut, it wants to just limit what they're paying out, they will ask the health plans, will you do X, Y, Z by such date? And a lot of it does roll around prevention, wouldn't you say? So that's probably the way from a public policy perspective of cost cutting and containing. And so from the health plan's perspective, they've got to respond to that because they want the business from the state. And then you guys go from there. Yeah.
And proactively, we've transitioned a lot of our provider contracts to more value-based care contracts that includes cancer screening, so all cancer screenings, and being able for them to continue or at least even transition from more of a fee for service or pay for performance to more of a value base, they have to meet certain criteria, and cervical cancer screening is part of that. So being able to include that in our value-based contracting really has improved our rates. So we're about 36%, almost 37% screening for eligible women, and that is above the 50th percentile. And that's where we are now. I mean, our goal is not, it's be like the 75th percentile, what you see that's commonly in the Northeast of the United States. So being able to move that needle has been, we've been able to do that with our value-based contracting with our providers.
So that was going to be my question, is with the requirement for HEDIS reporting. We were trying to work with the HEDIS data to see how that was influencing not just screening, but also vaccination rates. And I was wondering, from your perspective, do you see it working? And I wasn't sure also how widespread, the value-based medical practice was. So is this, like with federally qualified health centers, or do you think in general, like Advent Health, how broadly is this being incorporated?
So it includes everyone. We have really our value-based. We have a very, like almost close to 90% of our South Florida providers are under value-based contracts. It's as you go up further, in the state of Florida, it may be a little bit less, but overall, like 75% of our providers are under value-based contracts. We're expanding that to include, there's some FQHCs that are part of that, but really thinking about how can we give the provider more funds? And this is, funding them so that they can have the infrastructure to have people that are doing the outreach, to get the calls and things like that, to make sure, coordinate the transportation and things like that.
So the HPV vaccination metric is tied, so it's 3 vaccines, Tdap, meningococcal, and HPV that are together as that metric. So it'll be it should, because they're vaccinating the other against the other infections, hopefully it'll carry HPV. But I wanted to go back to this question of concerns that families may have. One of the things I've heard repeatedly from providers is it's really important to acknowledge the concerns. So the first thing is to acknowledge the concerns that that family has. So the infertility question, that comes up. I hear that a lot more internationally than I do in the United States, especially when it's a female-only program. Why are you trying to vaccinate my girl? Are you trying to, prevent her from ever having a family? But I think the first thing, when we say you have to meet the family where they're at, but it's also you have to meet them where their fears are greatest, and then move beyond that. And so I'm just interested to hear from other providers whether that works or what challenges they've had with that.
I think we'll hear a little bit later this afternoon from a couple of our researchers that are using evidence-based strategies in terms of recommendation for HPV vaccination, what is effective, and then sort of what are strategies when you wind up at a crossroads of a little bit more hesitancy. For many people, a presumptive approach works in terms of recommending with the other 2 adolescent vaccinations. But then there are certainly strategies in terms of addressing only the concern at hand and not, sort of opening the door to, you must be worried about these 7 other things. So we'll hear a little bit about that, but I'd love to hear from Dr. Haidt or other providers about day-to-day.
During our welcome, I'm glad you mentioned that as specifically what matters most, because what matters most to me is getting the vaccine information to you so you can make an informed decision. But exactly asking what matters most, and I don't need to be worried about all 7, 9, 20, or whatever was posted on Facebook the other day. I need to know what this particular family was most worried about infertility. And once I understand that, then I can adjust, with all the forces out there and all the research and data, but I'm speaking the language, like as you mentioned, I'm speaking the language that puts it into their perspective.
Thank you. All right. Well, we are actually out of time for this wonderful panel. So let's give a round of applause. And folks will be sticking around and we're having lunch. Is that right, Lauren?
Arrived quite yet. However, it's on its way. However, if you did not get your donuts, they're waiting for you.
All right. Well, we'll break for lunch and we'll be back at 12:15 and hopefully arrive soon.
Lauren, your donut idea is excellent. We're using a frother's daughter, so a coffee cart, next week for our Moffat Day to encourage folks to come out to get free screenings. It really does. It really does.
Okay, so we are actually going to resume a little bit early, probably in about 5 minutes. Our lunch was a little delayed, so we're going to continue with this next panel shortly and then break once the food arrives after this panel. Give us about 5 minutes or so we can gather everyone back, okay? Apologies for the delay.
Okay, guys, change of plan. We're gonna take a break for lunch later once the food is available. So for now, I'm gonna ask for your attention. We have the next panel is going to be focused on evidence-based strategies for HPV-related cancer prevention in the state of Florida. And we actually have 3 speakers that I'm really excited to introduce. And I'm going to do this briefly so we can get right to the presentation. So our first speaker is Dr. Shannon Christie, who's an associate member in the Department of Health Outcomes and Behavior here. I think Lakeland is Tampa, with us at the Moffitt Cancer Center. Her work primarily has been around implementation science, obviously in this setting for HPV vaccination, but also for colorectal cancer screening and for hepatitis C virus screening. Dr. Stephanie Staros is our next speaker. She's a professor and associate chair of faculty development in the Department also of Health Outcomes and Biomedical Informatics at the University of Florida. Stephanie, you came from, I think, a bit further away, and very similar, has a strong emphasis in her research around implementation science with a specific focus on HPV vaccination. Our third speaker is Devin Janik, and he is the Cancer Program Coordinator for Tampa General Hospital and co-chair of the HPV work group for the Southwest Florida Cancer Control Collaborative. And this collaborative actually it's really wonderful and really critical to the work we're trying to do here in Florida. They are dedicated to executing the cancer plan's goals, which you will hear about in the next panel. And again, the goal is to eliminate HPV-related cancers with a focus on increasing vaccination. So without further ado, Shannon, please come to the podium.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to present on behalf of the HPV Mystics team. So I'm going to be talking about an intervention called Human Papillomavirus Multi-Level Intervention Strategies Targeting Immunization in Community Settings, or HPV Mystics. This project is funded by the Florida Department of Health's Bankhead Coley Cancer Research Program and is co-led by Dr. Susan Vatoparampil and myself, and represents a partnership between Moffitt Cancer Center and Health Choice Network, which I'll talk more about. Here are my disclosures. And here's our study team. So our team really includes individuals at Moffitt Cancer Center, at Health Choice Network, as well as our Community Advisory Board, who provide feedback throughout the course of the project. And we also have multiple consultants and a physician educator, Dr. Ken Alexander. I won't spend too much on this slide because we've heard a lot about trends in HPV-related cancers and HPV vaccination in the state of Florida. But I think the highlights are that Florida has high HPV-related cancer burden and suboptimal screening rates, as well as suboptimal HPV vaccination rates. So as of 2020, only 59% of Florida's adolescents received all recommended vaccination doses. And this really represents a missed opportunity for cancer prevention in the state of Florida. And that's really where our focus is for this intervention that I'll talk to you more about in just a moment. So this project is an effectiveness implementation hybrid design, which means that we're really interested in seeing whether the intervention that we're introducing, which has multiple strategies, whether that impacts HPV vaccination rates in the community health centers that we're partnering with for this project. And it allows us to think both about the effectiveness of the intervention strategies that we're using, as well as downstream, how did things get implemented? What were the barriers? What were the facilitators to implementing this intervention in the particular settings that we're working in? And that really allows us to think about future scale up. So what modifications might need to be made? What adaptations are needed? So we are implementing evidence-based strategies based on prior literature. So what worked in prior studies Often, many of the prior studies focused on implementing something at a single level, so maybe aimed at patients or aimed at parents or providers. We really wanted, recognizing that there are multiple factors related to whether or not someone gets the HPV vaccine, we wanted to think about kind of what are all of the competing demands in a healthcare setting, competing demands going on as physicians and parents are talking about HPV vaccination. We wanted to really be thinking about how can we target strategies at the systems level, at the provider level, as well as the parent level when thinking about kind of how do we promote HPV vaccination in community health centers. So I'll talk more about these strategies in greater detail, but what we did is we identified a vaccine champion at the partnering community health centers. We trained them about HPV vaccination, how to effectively communicate with others in their center about HPV vaccination. We trained them to use the EHR to review current rates in their center, as well as receive training on Florida shots on how to use reminder recall tools. In addition, we trained clinicians on communicating effectively about the HPV vaccine, and I'll talk a lot more about that in just a moment. At the parent level, we sent pre-visit educational postcards in 3 languages, so English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole, and those were targeted to parents of adolescents 11 to 17 with an upcoming visit who had not yet initiated the HPV vaccine series. Oops. My view just changed here. So working with Health Choice Network, which is an amazing community partner and is a network of community health centers throughout the United States, representing 3 million different patients across 20 US states and territories. We recruited 8 different community health centers here in Florida, and the community health centers were randomized to receive the intervention either in the wave 1, so the first wave, there were 4, or a little bit later on. So all the community health centers received all the intervention components. It was just a little bit delayed for one set of them. And then we also developed maintenance and action plan phases, thinking about long-term sustainability of the intervention components. So we did this in kind of rolling out in these 2 waves. Again, this allows us to sort of understand changes over time. So with a hybrid type 1 effectiveness trial, we're really thinking about how effective is our intervention in bringing about change. So looking from baseline, for instance, before the intervention at HPV vaccination rates, and then over the course of the project, seeing if rates are increasing, but also allows us to have that eye on how well did things roll out? What were the barriers and facilitators? What were the challenges? So again, the primary aim is to look at how effective is our intervention at changing the HPV vaccination rates. We focused on 11 to 17-year-olds for this project, although I know we have some future ideas for starting at age 9. But this allowed us to address a lot of different questions, including modifications that might be needed to maximize implementation and also for future scale up. I mentioned Health Choice Network, which is an amazing partner who have walked really hand in hand with us throughout this project, including in grant development. So they include 25 health centers here in Florida with 325 care sites, and we're working with 8 of the 25 health centers for this project. So our study aims are to test whether the HPV Mystics intervention increases HPV vaccination initiation and completion rates among 11 to 17-year-olds in these 8 community health centers, to look at potential other factors that are related to whether or not the intervention is successful in increasing HPV vaccination rates. So those might be things like characteristics of the community health center or patient characteristics. And then aim 3 is to look at the implementation outcomes, which include things like reach. Did we reach the people that we were intending to reach, for instance, with the clinician education? Adoption, how well did people uptake the strategies? Implementation, maintenance, and sustainability. So these are the locations of the community health centers that we're working with, the 8 different centers. And in terms of our timeline, we're right in the middle here. So we've just finished implementing in the Wave 2 clinics. We had previously implemented in our Wave 1 clinics. We're now in the maintenance phase for the Wave 1 clinics and just about to start maintenance with the Wave 2 clinics. So I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into intervention implementation, specifically because we're not at the stage at which we can look at outcomes. So we can't tell you whether or not the intervention has been successful. So stay tuned for a future HELP Summit. In terms of the intervention components, I mentioned at the system level, we worked with the clinic leadership to identify vaccine champions who would really serve as a resource in their community health center and work closely with our research team. So we trained them on a number of different topics, including HPV vaccination, a lot about the project in particular, so they understood the process, as well as how to engage the clinicians in their community health center. At the parent level, I mentioned we did a pre-visit postcard. So this was meant to be an educational postcard in 3 languages so that parents were really ready to have a conversation about HPV vaccination when they went to their upcoming child's visit. And then at the clinician level, we did twofold. So one is that we trained clinicians on the announcement approach, which is an evidence-based communication strategy developed by Noel Brewer and colleagues at UNC Chapel Hill, where you do a presumptive recommendation. That is, you go into the visit with an age-eligible child, assuming that parents are ready to vaccinate with HPV vaccine today. And so you announce that, and mentioning the child's age, now that Alex is 9 years old, Alex is due for the HPV vaccine. And for many people, that's enough. You say the HPV vaccine prevents 6 types of cancers. And that is enough for most parents to say, oh, okay. For parents who may have concerns, you do a little bit of a deeper dive. So you connect with and counsel the parents. And so just as we were talking about before the break, you might say, what is your primary concern? And this, the team has come up with, the Noel Brewer and UNC Chapel Hill team had come up with research-tested messaging to address the most common concerns that parents often have. And so you utilize one of those messages based on what you understand to be the parent's greatest concern. And you may counsel based on whether that's misinformation with one of these messages and ask if they'd like to vaccinate today. And for parents who say, yes, great, the vaccination occurs. For parents who are still not quite sure, you say, okay, we'll address this at the next visit. And then you make a note in the chart and indeed follow up at the next visit. We also provided the feedback to the providers about how their community health center was doing in terms of HPV vaccination rates on a quarterly basis. And so this was something that the team developed along with our community advisory board on how best to give this feedback to clinicians. So I mentioned the role of the champion. So they really did a heavy lift with the research team in terms of implementing this project and ensuring that they were working with their clinic staff to schedule the training. They facilitated mailings of the pre-visit postcards that were designed. They were trained on a number of different factors. And that happened through 6 one-hour virtual trainings, as well as ongoing conversations with the research team. And you can see a little bit about those sessions over time at the bottom of the slide. I mentioned the announcement approach training. So this was a really important component of the project, and we hope that that clinicians will continue to use this approach even after the intervention is over. We recorded the training, and so we'll be able to make that available to the community health centers that we're working with. So if new clinicians are onboarded, for instance, to the center, they'll have the recording available and they can provide that to their newer clinicians. But again, it's about announcing, connecting, counseling, and trying again as needed. And this training was delivered by Dr. Ken Alexander, our physician educator, and was co-facilitated by the Vaccine Champion. So these were scheduled for each of the community health centers separately and allowed for this training. And then I mentioned also the clinician feedback on vaccination rates, which were sent. So this is just an example of what that might look like. And the pre-visit postcards, which, as I mentioned, were co-developed with our community advisory board. So I think it's also important to think about how do we measure or evaluate whether or not our interventions are effective. And so we have data kind of before the intervention was implemented. We'll certainly be looking at that, but it's so important to know kind of where we are as a starting place to see kind of, are we making an impact? And so we had a number of different measures that we're utilizing, including EHR confirmed vaccination. So we have a pre-intervention vaccine report looking at each of the community health centers, as well as annual kind of vaccine monitoring at the clinic and system levels throughout the course of the intervention. And then we collected a number of other measures. So looking at things like organizational readiness and capacity, which I'll talk about in a minute, and pre and post champion training surveys to understand, were we able to effectively train our champions? Did they learn things through the 6 weeks of training that we did? And also looking at the implementation outcomes, so things like reach and adoption of the strategies. And we collected those either through pre and post of the announcement approach training with clinicians, looking at semi-structured interviews that we've done with our champions, as well as providers and parents, to better understand their experiences through the course of the intervention. I won't do a deep dive into the organizational readiness, but this is just an example of the types of measures when we're thinking about evaluating implementation, maintenance, and sustainability of a project. And similarly with organizational capacity, it's more to understand what is the existing infrastructure and how readily will the system be able to make a change? How easy is it to implement, for instance, a change in the EHR? Are clinicians already consistently following the ACIP vaccination schedule, for instance? And then through our interviews, we really wanted to understand satisfaction with the intervention and get feedback from the parents, as well as the clinicians, as well as the champions themselves, to better understand their perceptions of how effective the intervention is, what are the components that they think might continue long-term even after the intervention is over, and better understand how can we adapt for future potential scale up to other community health centers. So what are the things that were challenges? What were the things that were fairly easy to implement? What suggestions do they have, and gaining insights from their experiences? And so this is a very hard to read and packed table, but looks at kind of all the different dimensions that we were considering as we implemented and continue now to maintain and hopefully inform long-term sustainability. So as we are now kind of at the middle of the project, we're really thinking about how do we continue to support the community health centers, but also allow them to adapt some of the intervention strategies. So for instance, initially we were mailing out postcards. We got a lot of feedback that although the community health centers really liked the postcards, they would like to send those out through the patient portal or deliver them electronically rather than mailing them out. So that was an adaptation that we were able to support for this maintenance phase that we're now in. We also developed a toolkit to help support them in maintaining components. So as the research team sort of gradually decreases the amount of support, we want to ensure that the champions and the community health centers can continue to implement and sustain those components. So, and we also want to allow for there to be collaboration between community health centers. So engaging the vaccine champions across centers. So now that we are reaching kind of the final steps in the project, we developed an action plan working with the champions for them to identify what are the things that they plan to maintain that they think will be acceptable to continue maintaining in the long term in their health center, and what are the possible adaptations that they might make, and how can we as a research team support them in that. So I'm happy to take any questions. We'll do that at the end with the three panelists, but want to acknowledge our amazing team, our community advisory board members, Health Choice Network, the champions in particular who have been just incredible throughout this project, as well as our study participants, and the community partners, which are listed here. So happy to take questions in a little while.
Sorry, I'm going to do this from my seated position to save time. We're going to have 10 minutes for discussion after the three speakers. So please hold your questions. And now we're introducing Stephanie Starrs to talk about a multi-level strategy to address disparities in rural HPV-related cancer prevention.
Great. Thank you so much for having me, Anna and Susan. It's always a pleasure. This is our study. It's called Remark, and it's a beautiful picture of Levy County, Florida, where is one of the counties that we're focusing on in this National Cancer Institute funded study. So we've talked a little bit today about how Florida has a higher HPV-associated cancer rate than other states and is also lower in vaccination rates. But this study then uses that Florida rate as our benchmark. So we compare, you can see the top line here has Florida cancers as well as HPV vaccine initiation. And then in our 9 focus counties, the red numbers show where the cancer rate is higher than the state rate, and the vaccination rate is lower than the state rate. And this is for 11 to 12-year-olds. So we have a vaccine initiation as well as up to date. And you can see that all of these counties have at least one area where they're higher than the state rate. So our study focuses on these 9 counties, and this is a picture of Columbia County. Like Dr. Christie's study, we have multi-level interventions, and we're focused on increasing vaccination among the 9 to 12-year-olds. So we have 3 strategies. We have a clinician and nurse targeted recommendation training, similar to Dr. Christie's. We have parent targeted motivational aids, which I'll tell you a little more about in a minute, and healthcare access assistance that really gets at this community ability to receive vaccines. So these are all evidence-based strategies that we know can work to increase vaccination, and we'll be implementing them in clinics in these communities to see if they will work. So we think they'll work for a number of reasons. First, for our clinician and nurse targeted training, we know that while this is a challenge for providers to talk about the HPV vaccine to families, parents in rural areas are less likely than parents living in urban areas to report that their clinician gave them a very strong HPV vaccine recommendation. And we also know that, like Dr. Christie mentioned, there are interventions that exist to help increase the effectiveness of this provider recommendation. Now, our proposed solution is slightly different than what Dr. Christie mentioned. We have developed a clear strategy where the provider counsels, so provides a strong recommendation about the vaccine, listens to the family's main concern, provides some level of empathy, such as it's really great that you're investigating about HPV vaccine, answers the question, and then follows up with a recommendation to let the families know that even with this concern, they still think this is a good idea for the child to receive the vaccine. We also, like Dr. Christie, are doing parent aids. And the issue in rural areas as well as other areas is there's a lot of competing demands, right? Though these competing demands can range from things like I have too many things to do, soccer practice and other things for my kids, as well as, this isn't really my priority because I'm trying to find out how to feed my family. There's also a lot and growing amount of misinformation out about vaccines, and parents often have really a lack of understanding of what is the goal of the HPV vaccine. The good news again is that there are interventions that we know can increase parents' ability to address these hesitations. And we propose two that do priming as well as education. So the proposed solutions, like Dr. Christie, we have a reminder recall, which tells families your child is able to get this vaccine. We have postcards. We let the clinics choose if they want to do postcards, text messages, or phone calls. And then if the family hasn't received the vaccine after receiving two reminders, we follow that up with phone-based motivational interviewing. And motivational interviewing is a counseling strategy where our interviewers really meet families where they're at and try to talk to them about how to move the next step in the decision-making process towards HPV vaccine. Finally, we have healthcare access assistance. So we know that especially in rural communities, there are few licensed clinicians. Public transportation is often not available at all. And even among the licensed clinicians, not all of them are vaccine providers because of the cost and difficulties, challenges of really stocking these vaccines in a rural area. However, there are also community resources that are available to increase this access. So we're tapping into three. We're using transportation navigation to really help families get that last mile potentially from their house to the clinic to get the vaccine for their child. We're bringing out mobile vaccine clinics to give them another opportunity to receive the vaccine. And all these are happening on evening and weekend hours. And then we're also connecting families to healthcare insurance navigators. Now, while we all know probably that you don't need healthcare insurance to get the HPV vaccine, there is compelling evidence that those that do have insurance are much more likely to receive the vaccine. So our study is really designed to answer this question of how much support is needed to raise the HPV vaccination rates up to the recommended levels that Anna Giuliano mentioned earlier, that are 80% of the adolescents receiving both doses. So we've recruited 30 sites. We are randomizing them 10, 10, 10. And all of them will receive the clinician and nurse targeted recommendation training. So we really think this is critical to moving vaccination rates up. 2/3 of them will receive the parent targeted motivational aids, and 1/3 will receive the community targeted healthcare access assistance. So you can see this nested strategy lets us look at, was A and B really enough, or did we need to go all the way to C to help get those vaccination rates up? Our targeted counties are shown on this slide. They're all north of here. And then these are the wave 1 clinics. Our 9 clinics that have already started the study are shown here. For speed, I'll probably skip this a little bit, but our clinician and nurse targeted recommendation training is a 1-hour synchronous training, and then it's followed up by 2 booster sessions where the clinician or nurse works with the standardized patient to really walk through and practice that vaccine recommendation and get some one-on-one feedback. The reminder recall I mentioned has a choice for the clinics, and we're sending those at 3 key milestones: 2 weeks prior to the adolescent's birthday, 1 month prior to fall school start, and the first weeks of January. The motivational interviewing is triggered 1 month after the family has received 2 reminder messages. So if they receive 1 in January, and then also at their birthday in March, they will get a call in April. The Healthcare Access Assistance uses our UF Health Cancer Center's community navigation program, and clinics can call this one phone number to receive access to all of these different services. So I'm almost at time, so I'm going to just tell you a little bit of what we've completed. We have already trained 13 providers as well as 37 nurses and MAs. We asked them to complete a survey before and after the training to evaluate how well the training went and if they changed their attitudes. We've sent 768 New Year's postcards and also February birthdays. We've trained 10 staff in motivational interviewing, and one of our 6 clinics chose for that to be their own staff. We've done 2 events, and we have 3 more mobile clinic events scheduled in March and April. We also have our navigation line ongoing. So then just to end it all up, I want to tell you that this takes a village of people to get these things going. I'm grateful that I'm here to represent our team. These are all our investigators as well as 3 of our community partners. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you all for having me. Once again, my name's Devin. I am the co-chair of the HPV and cervical cancer work group in the Southwest Florida Cancer Control Collaborative. I'm here representing Dr. Koo today. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it, so you're stuck with me. And I'll be talking about some of the ways that we're advancing HPV awareness and prevention in our catchment area. So just our learning objectives for today's presentation are just to identify some of the strategies that we use to raise awareness about HPV vaccinations and screenings, and to explore some of the ways that we encourage interprofessional collaboration within our collaborative to enhance our efforts. So first and foremost, I would just like to give a quick introduction to our collaborative. We are one of 6 regional collaboratives within the state of Florida dedicated to cancer prevention and control. We are currently housed within the USF College of Nursing, led by Dr. Koo, and we have 2 work groups. We have a newer tobacco dependence work group, and we also have our HPV and cervical cancer work group, where we target HPV-related cancers through education, vaccinations, and screenings, using some of the strategies that are cited in Florida Cancer Plan Goal 4, which once again is to eliminate cervical cancer as a public health issue. And we do this by targeting communities with historically low rates of cervical cancer screening and high examples of cervical cancer incidence. Okay, so our collaborative spans a 16-county area within the southwest region of Florida. So you'll see highlighted in blue, we span all the way from Citrus County down to Collier, which, I mean, that covers a lot of different regions. We have a lot of very big municipalities like Tampa, and then we also have some of our more rural counties like Glades County. So all of these counties are represented by over 150 participants from several organizations, just to name a few, including the Florida Department of Health, USF, TGH Cancer Institute, Moffitt Cancer Institute, Baycare, HCA, and many more. And just before we continue, I'd like to show a little HPV and cervical data relevant to our catchment. So if you'll see the heat map, as of 2021, in our area, we saw moderate to high levels of cervical cancer incidence in 9 of our 16 counties. And looking at the graphs, you'll see an average incidence higher than the state average, and also higher incidences of cervical cancer associated deaths than the state average. And continuing with oral cancer, you'll see once again moderate to high levels of incidence in 6 of our counties, with again higher than average age-adjusted rates of both incidence and mortality associated with oropharyngeal cancers compared to the rest of the state. And then last, you'll notice a bit of a trend when you look at the graph. you'll see that we have lower than average rates of pap tests in women between the ages of 21 to 65 when compared to the rest of the state. And clearly there's work to be done. So what are we doing in our collaborative to help curb these rates? So many of our strategies, again, are derived from goal 4. Some of the things that we do is leverage webinars and online campaigns for HPV education. We also aim to enhance healthcare provider training on HPV discussions. We also encourage the integration of HPV vaccinations in regular healthcare visits. And we also aim to strengthen the partnerships between our organizations within the collaborative. So the first initiative I would like to touch on is a 4-part HPV and webinar screening awareness webinar series that we have been delivering to our members. These webinars are completely free to join. We distribute them to members, and then from that point, they're free to circulate it within their organizations. And our first webinar was actually held last September and aimed to educate physicians on discussing the HPV vaccine with parents. And this was presented by Dr. Michael Brown, the Regional Medical Director of Merck. Some of the topics that were discussed included the education on the prevalence of certain HPV-related cancers within the United States and HPV vaccination trends. We also highlighted some strategies to help improve these vaccination rates, such in adolescents, such as bundling vaccines, consistent messaging, and providing any personal anecdotal example among others. And the target population was our healthcare professionals, providers, and students in medicine, nursing, pharmacy, and public health. We actually had our second webinar this Monday, March 3rd, and it was delivered by Dr. Alessandro Villa of the Miami Cancer Institute. Some of the topics discussed there included the role of dental providers in the fight against HPV-related cancers and education on the prevalence of HPV in teens and young adults and statistics on HPV-mediated oropharyngeal diseases. We also talked about associated risk factors and included a call to action for our dental providers to please increase the rate that they recommend and even administer the vaccine, especially since patients tend to trust their primary care providers and dentists. We've found that these webinars have been pretty successful so far. We've had strong attendance from our members at both webinars, representing multiple institutions and specialties. We also got positive notes, especially on the emphasis of HPV prevention happening at every level, whether it be your primaries or your oncology specialists, and also the fact that we gave students the opportunity to attend these events to help learn about the risk factors and how they can engage in prevention while they're still in school and in the future in their careers. And we aim to continue offering these, touching on other aspects of screening and prevention with presenters of different disciplines. So continuing, we've been involved in a few community outreach events using mobile units and for clinic and screening services. This has been done in partnership with the USF College of Nursing and the Florida Department of Health's Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program. Much of this was done with grant funding as well. Don't quote me on it, but I believe through the Department of Health. The intent of these events to just help overcome some of the common barriers to care associated with cervical cancers, so some of these being location and transportation, by just taking the preventative measures to our vulnerable populations. Our events so far have been held in Brooksville and Newport Richey, with most of our focus areas being Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus counties due to low screening rates and high rates of incidence. And we also plan to expand into Hillsborough and Pinellas in the future. We do actually have an event on May 31st involving the collaborative and FarmerWorks Self-Help Incorporated to provide HPV vaccines and screenings to uninsured women in Pasco County, with more details to come on this. And that will actually be shared in our monthly newsletter, which I'll touch on in a few slides. An upcoming project that we've begun working on is an HPV vaccination awareness campaign on college campuses, starting with USF Tampa. This will be a collaborative effort engaging the USF College of Pharmacy, Nursing, Public Health, and Medicine with the aim to increase vaccine awareness and promote cervical screenings. Our target population would be the students on campus, and the workforce would consist of student volunteers of several disciplines, including the aforementioned colleges. And a side goal of this project too is just to develop the long-term teamwork skills of these students working with other healthcare professionals, and also to encourage them to view HPV-mediated disease from a preventative, not a treatment perspective. Then touching further on collaboration, we currently have quarterly meetings within the collaborative, and our work group has meetings about 3 times a year where we discuss and educate members on our strategic plans in further detail, outreach, counseling, and social work opportunities offered by our members. We also talk about any ongoing collaborations between collaborative members and any HPV community health projects and much more. And we also have a publicly available monthly newsletter where we share all of this information. You don't need to be a member of the collaborative to access this. This is just straight through the Southwest Florida Cancer Control Collaborative website. So it's very easy to access. And we just share any partner events such as screenings, health fair, education, much more. So here's just a few links to some of the resources. So the first link is to the website, then to our work group. And then once again, the last link is to our newsletter. And to conclude, we really just want to continue to encourage you all to continue doing good work. Please don't work only as individual organizations, but continue to branch out, work with all of our partners, whether it be through research, grants, public health events, and anything else you can think of. And if you or anyone you know would be interested in joining, we're always looking for new members. And here's some of our contact information. So I have Dr. Koo at the top. She's a lead coordinator. We have Christina, who is our work group chair, and then myself. That's it. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'll start it off. It's wonderful to see the translation of research into implementation science. So, I think you've heard now twice from Stephanie and Shannon that they took interventions that had been proven. So those were proven in these perfect clinical trial kind of settings. And it's a whole other beast when you take that and you put it into a real world setting. It's also a big challenge for doing that. And then beyond that, to take it and just say, we're going with it. And we'll just keep monitoring and seeing how it's going. I don't know, Stephanie and Shannon and you, Devin, yeah. If you have some comments about some of the challenges that you've experienced, and some of the things that have worked. Yeah.
How about that? Better? Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. So rolling this out in the real world it sounds so much easier than before you try to do it. We have probably the most challenging piece of my current study that I just explained was our mobile clinic. We want it to be a truly sustainable strategy and are using an NIH grant to get it started. So we can't pay for the vaccine, so we have to bill. And that was probably a 1-year process to work through UF about how we could bill for those vaccines and make it a sustainable strategy. So now that we're through that, we're really excited to be out in the community and offering those services. Other challenges I can think about immediately are, we're really excited that we offered the different types of interventions, like the postcards and text messaging and phone call option. And so far, everybody wants the postcards, which is great because that's, we've provided something they like, but won't really let us have the opportunity to test how different things are.
I think one of the challenges that our team encountered was that, of course, clinicians are incredibly busy, and so one of the things that scheduling trainings was a little bit of a challenge. So we really had to work very closely with the champions to figure out, is there an existing meeting where we could attend and hold the training during an existing meeting? But even so, I think recognizing that clinicians are incredibly busy, it can be hard to train the number and reach the number that you really hope to reach through strategies such as that. But I think one of the ways that we hoped to counteract that challenge is that we did record the trainings and can make those who were not able to attend the live sessions.
Okay, so I'm just going to continue to build on what you both said, especially as far as billing goes. Many of our vulnerable populations, they're in our rural counties, and many of them are uninsured. So a lot of those funds have to come from grants, and that's, I mean, that's finite. I don't really have much else to add, to be honest, but yeah.
Yeah. Are there questions from the group? Yes, there's one back there. Yeah, the sustainability issue is huge.
I have a question. You mentioned about the uninsured, population that you're vaccinating, and that a lot of your vaccines, you have to apply for grants. I don't know if you ever heard of the Vaccine for Children, the VFC program, and that's a program for low-income parents. It's from birth to age 18 that children can get all their vaccine, polio, all the way through to get DTP, hepatitis, HPV. That's the VFC program. It is federally funded. I don't know, things are kind of rocky now, but that's how the community health centers provide vaccines to their population, and the health departments. It's through the VFC, Vaccine for Children program.
Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think the issue is, although the vaccine is free, connecting that family to receive the vaccine is probably one of your challenges, right?
Yeah, definitely. Finding the people that need the vaccine is a challenge. I did want to comment on Vaccines for Children, as it's a fantastic program. It does require, however, the site to still bill, right? So we did have to figure that out. Even for our Vaccine for Children, we'll be able to bill, but we will be offering VFC vaccines on our mobile clinic. So it's super exciting to be doing that. But that program is also a challenge to communities where, you have to actually purchase the vaccine and then help someone get it before it expires.
Yeah. Are there other questions? Oh, yeah. We need a microphone up here.
Shannon, I think in one of your slides, I'm not sure which one it was, but somebody had boost training, which I really love the idea of, because there's so much turnover, especially for the support and admin staff as well. Can you talk a little bit about why that boost training was built in and what you're actually seeing in the field with the challenge of staff turnover?
We're just discussing if we both have boosters or not. So yeah, we have a booster training for our clinicians and MAs, and actually, the first time we did this with 30 other clinics, we had that standardized patient visit and we thought it was really an evaluation to see, did they learn and were they doing it? And then when we did interviews, like Dr. Christie was mentioning, at the end, providers told us that was where they felt they learned the most, was during these standardized patient one-on-one visits. So now we've added that in as more of an educational component and trying to give them more feedback there. We haven't really addressed that turnover as much with that, although for another project, we're trying to develop like an asynchronous version that would do the same thing. So it could be on demand as you hire new staff, because that is really a challenge of how do you kind of keep that training going through your staff.
I'm interested to hear about the bus. Have you gotten a lot of enthusiasm from families to take advantage of the vaccinating mobily?
Our bus just started, and then I'll let him talk about his. And so far I guess the enthusiasm has been less than we were hoping for. We are still reaching out to other community partners. We're going to be doing some events with churches, so we're hoping that will really help grow the enthusiasm. But we're kind of just tweaking through, figuring out what are the right events to be at that the community would be interested in actually receiving a vaccine.
So honestly, that has been a challenge with the buses too, is actually reaching the communities that we're going to. So we have been working with some of the community health organizations in those regions, and we've only done 2 events so far. It's still a growing process, but in the future, we do hope that by reaching out to these community organizations, that they'll be able to actually reach our target populations better than we could individually. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe next year we can actually update on that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably about advertising. And Susan took the mic. I think this might be good news with food. Mm.
It's on. Okay. Crazy, but how are things? Great, good. Yeah, you're enjoying working with Dr. Simmons. Good. Yeah. No, I'm glad. I'm glad. So I'm glad you're working on the K out stuff. Yeah. I know. I'm always in my little corner of the world. I know you guys are there, but and I think Monday we have an in-person team meeting, so it'll be nice to see everybody. And I think there's yeah. We'll be there. Oh yeah, we do have one last hymn, so you'll do the microphone. Okay. I mean, I know. Very nice job, Shannon. Multi-level intervention. Yeah. We're going to our first fundraiser. Yeah. See if that. Some people keep saying like you're in the health food or something. Well, not only that, but on. Sometimes we do better when it's like some sort of registration or 50%. Yeah. Get to that. It's like
If you need anything from me, I'm in DC next week. Sunday to Tuesday. Are you gonna see your daughter?
The first time I ever met Douglas.
Focus groups were like, yes, I think it's good. You know, have this. Yeah. We're like, you know what? At 40 events, we'll randomize them. You guys come down.
No, I think that's a great idea. I'm curious to see like the multi-generational,
Right.
you know, like
That's a dream. Could we get them all to just show up?
and just do every screen.
Right.
Have a type, like give them kits to take
Wonderful
home.
cancer day.
Yeah, that's.
Here's your
Welcome basket. FOBT kit. Hey, cervical cancer self-sampling.
right. Right? Like you went for like that's not no.
You have to really.
Oh yeah, I am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
Yeah, nice to
Three
meet
was
you.
not an exaggeration.
No, I hear you. In
Oh, thank you. Right? Like very. I know, we're sitting there being like, oh, we're here. Where are you?
Yeah. People, and then, but it's still like NCIs. I was like, what are you in the
yeah,
community? What are
invite. So yeah.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. There's a song like that.
Yeah. Okay, and you're still with. Good. Yeah, I do remember you now that. Pointed that out. Yeah, yeah. Remember, yeah. Oh. Right. Yeah. So we are co-locating with our cancer center on about on a family path. They're working on that. Right now they can only go. Yeah. Like, well, that's right. Like I need you to go 100 miles. Right? Oh, they're working on it. We'll see where they wind up. But right now we can't. We were trying things that we talk to the clinic. Yeah. Please come. Two of them. Right. But I was. through the U.S. So we're using our U.S. Vaccine for Children program to provide vaccines for our children in that. You have to apply from the health department, right? And then they also have to administer the vaccine, and they want to bill for that. So it was a very complicated process of like, who can do it, who needs to do supervised. And well, we made it. So the first event, I was just like, "Ooh, thank God, nobody's going to be discussing who can do this." But here we are, we've done it. These to bill, which is mostly in money. I don't know why the like that. We get $8. They want to, but the strategy would be to vaccinate. Just say you work in it's such a good. No, I remember that.
Yeah, I'll go get her in just a second.
Okay. Okay, so sorry for starting late. So,
The slides, then the dialogue will be led by Bobby, so she'll come up later.
okay. I can guarantee that the food in the cafeteria, by the way, is really, really good. Yeah, so it was a wonderful experience, and I was savoring every bite. Anyway, this next session is really going to be focused on policy. And policy in the state of Florida. So we have two presenters, and I mean, really, it's going to be one big discussion. The first is my dear friend, Dr. Clement Guede, who's a senior member and professor at the Moffitt Cancer Center. And importantly, he's the chair of the Florida Cancer Control and Research Advisory Council. Now that's a lot of words. So it's essentially the acronym is CCRAP, which is a little strange. But the importance of this is that this is the advisory panel that puts the cancer plan together for the state of Florida. And very readily agreed to adding that new goal for the elimination of HPV related cancers. Our second presenter is Dr. Bobby McKee, is the Research Advocacy and Public Policy Director at the Moffitt Cancer Center, and she's the Executive Director for CCRAP. So Bobby's actually worked with the American Cancer Society in very similar roles for that organization. And has conducted a lot of research and has done grassroots volunteering with respect to cancer research funding and cancer screening, et cetera. So with that, I'm going to have Clement to present, and then Bob, you'll come up to the stage.
Good afternoon. I'm trying to calibrate to the sound level here, but can you all hear me? Okay. And thank you for staying after lunch. And hopefully this session is the last real work you have to do before you get back on the road. And I'm Clement Guede. As has been introduced, I'm delighted to be here to do generally two tasks. I'm going to present a little bit on CCRAP and the cervical cancer elimination goals as we had it in the 2020 to 2025 cancer plan, and then give you a little bit of some examples of how the state as a whole is sort of collaborating. This is a collaboration and partnership effort. The second part of our presentation, which will be led by and co-led by Dr. Bobby McKee, is going to be more of a dialogue. We have 2-3 questions that we want to have a conversation with you in preparation for our next cancer plan, which is going to go from 2026 to 2030. So we really have a task at hand here. So now, how do I get, okay. So that, yeah, fantastic. So that's us. I have to tell you that the CCRAP, which if you take the name, it would be CCRAC. So it wouldn't be really good. So CCRAP is the right way to correct that. So, but anyway, that said, CCRAP is administered at Moffitt, and this is something that Bobby has drilled on me. Moffitt does not own CCRAP. We are just the administrator, and it so happens that this cycle of CCRAP, I am the chair, and also located at Moffitt along with Bobby. But CCRAP is the people's organization. It's a state instrumentality. It is a partnership across all stakeholders interested in cancer. American Cancer Society and many other organizations participate. So I have some disclosures, financial interest, Bobby has none. Our goal, I already sort of said, we're going to talk about the cancer plan from this past cycle and look forward. And then we'll talk a little bit about the collaboratives. You had a very good example already earlier by Devin of how the collaboratives are structured, what they do, how they connect to the cancer plan. So I won't be belaboring that. The mission of the CCRAB is to advise the legislature and the governor and the Surgeon General on ways to reduce Florida's cancer burden. And we do that through the CCRAB, but collaboratively as a partnership between academia, community organizations, and so on and so forth. Name any stakeholder in cancer, they are open to come and contribute to CCRAB. There are though some representations, and this is the council and the members. I show this slide to sort of familiarize you with who they are. You may see someone who represents your perspective. Please reach out to them if you have issues, concerns, or anything to communicate, but also reach out to Bobby. We can be found at ccrab.org, and you can communicate through that channel. So I'm the current chair, and the vice chair is Erin Corbett, who is at Miami. And the rest of the Surgeon General is a member. So we have a direct ear to the Surgeon General through this process. And many of the constituencies are cancer stakeholders. And it also so happens that our past chair, Chris Kogo, is also now at ACA and is making things happen for cancer prevention and control. I show this map only to make 2 points. Number one, cancer is a local problem as much as it is a personal problem. So if we don't act locally, we may have a glowing statewide picture, but the local picture may be terrible. So we have to act to look at the local disparity, local picture, rural, urban. So cancer is a local problem. This image is an image, a mapping. You saw similar maps for HPV, for cervical cancer. This is all cancer combined, but you basically could superimpose the other map and they would look the same, with the rural counties and the Panhandle, the North Florida, having sort of the greatest burden of both incidence of cancer in general and mortality from cancer. This also, second point is this map, it really maps well to the regional cancer collaboratives, which is an important partner to implementation of our cancer plan. We developed the 2020 cancer plan with input from everyone, including the HPV Summit participants. I was just talking to Anna that, the cervical cancer elimination goals came directly from this group in 2020 or whenever we were, maybe 2019. So we want this year to get your input as well. So there are 6 regional collaboratives. You can see them there, but a different color schema. You heard from the Southwest Collaborative, which is one of the largest ones. And this group is funded by grants from CDC through the state of Florida. They are coordinated, they work together. They are really attentive to the cancer plan. They were involved in developing the plan. They are involved in implementation of the cancer plan. And this last 2-3 years, Susan, we were fortunate to get additional money from the Cancer Center's Offices of Community Outreach and Engagement to do implementation grants that augment the funding for these regional collaboratives to do more work aligned with the cancer plan. So we really feel very strongly and excited that we have an infrastructure that can take the policy perspectives of the plan into implementation in community settings for direct impact to our communities. I'm going to share with you just one of our goal areas, the cervical cancer, with the elimination goal. And keep in mind, and this will come up as we get to the dialogue, our goal is really cervical cancer elimination, but we know it's bigger than that, right? HPV-related cancers, but the plan is a little bit silent on the other cancers, so we want to talk a little bit about that. So here is the goal for cervical cancer elimination. It's in the cancer plan, ccrab.org. You can find the plan there. This is a document that Bobby, I think she can tell you the verse, the page, she's very familiar with this plan. So in the interest of time, this has been shown. I think Anna showed a little bit of this as well. And in the interest of time, I just want to sort of say, keep this in mind. And as we get to the dialogue, we'll bring it back up to ask the question, do we stay the course? Are these the right focuses? And should we add something that broadens or expands what we're talking about? So HPV vaccination, one of the pillars or legs of that three-legged stool, screening, second leg. And here we have a slight difference. We focused on follow-up to abnormal tests as opposed to treatment, in part because we wanted to be sure that we don't screen and drop people. So it, after you follow up, obviously it leads to treatment. So those are the four pillars. I'm just showing a little bit of data. These numbers are all over the place, depending on where you look, how the question is phrased. So the idea was that we would reach 80% by 2025. How ambitious? We are somewhere below the 80%, depending on what variable you look at, initial, completion, and so on and so forth. So we have more work to do, but we are at least making progress. We also have developed strategies, which I don't intend for you to read this. You can go to the plan and find it. But these strategies were really examined, and some were implemented very well. Some were not even initiated because of the circumstances. But what I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides are programs that are trying to implement some of these strategies. And in the next cancer plan, we also have strategies. Hopefully we drop the ones that didn't work and envision new strategies. So these are some of the strategies. We heard, I think, Jennifer Conga, I think you talked a little bit about learning collaboratives. So these are some of the efforts being done by our stakeholders and partners to address the HPV vaccination, cervical cancer screening, and this is being implemented both across different regions of the state. And there's also clearly the work of, is Ellen still here? Or wherever you are. The legislative efforts that is really been a consistent effort to address the breast and cervical cancer burden through the Mary Brogan program and other state funding. And again, delighted to say the funding has been increasing from, over the years, and now it's recurring funding. So this is a fantastic model that we have for breast and cervical and not for other diseases such as colorectal cancer. Susan and I spend a lot of time saying, why can't the world be the same? So these are all efforts by our partners to try and address the cancer burden. You also heard here from Devin, Southwest Florida Cancer Control Collaborative and the Mobile Bus. And again, many efforts across the state. I think all 4 cancer centers have a bus. Is that correct? Yeah. So a lot of efforts to try to take the work to the community as opposed to waiting for the community to come to us to improve cancer screening. So each collaborative has identified its own priorities, and many are focused on cervical cancer screening and HPV vaccination. Again, you see at the bottom here, a very creative program from the North Central and East Central region, where again, we start to see some of the cancer burden increasing. And they're doing here big colon, small town to combine a variety of cancer screenings together, and again, reaching the people where they are. So our vision in general, despite all the changes in the world, is to really have no cancer disparities, whether it's race, ethnicity, whether it's region, rural, urban. We want to eliminate disparities in cancer incidence, and so that all Floridians can benefit from the discoveries and the innovations that we have. clearly you heard from the scientists earlier, and one of the areas where we haven't done very well in terms of a focus on CCRAB is this area of, stronger workforce. It's a big task, but there are many other people, constituencies that are focused on how do we train researchers and providers to be attentive to these issues of cancer burden, disparities, and increased innovation in cancer control. So we are fortunate on CCRAB. You saw there are two legislators, a representative and a senator. So we have, again, a direct ear to some of those aspects. So we are fortunate the structure is allowing that. The next slide really just tells you that we are starting to plan the 2030 plan. Don't worry about the details, but today begins the engagement of the HPV Summit constituents in trying to identify the next goals for cervical cancer elimination. I'll stop here, and then Bobby, can you come up and let's do the discussion and dialogue. Maybe one question as we are waiting for Bobby. No question? Okay. Okay, you want? No. I was just saying question if while we were waiting, but.
I just had a question. I wondered what role survivors and patient advocates play in this plan and the development of it and giving a patient voice to what you're doing.
Yes, I think they play a critical role across all the objectives of the cancer plan. We just showed you one piece of it. So we want all voices represented. So in part, some of them speak through the collaboratives. Some of them, in some cases, are able to come to our meetings and actually contribute information. But we are open to all voices at all the stages of development of the cancer plan. We're Bobby, any other thing to add? And we also send the plan to our patient family advisory group. We seek advice there, but it's really.
I was going to add to all of CCRAB's meetings are considered public meetings. So we do have to, there's a state website we use where public meetings are noticed. But we also keep the information on our website under meetings, just based on Florida's sunshine laws and the rules we have to follow. So we can't tell anyone they can't participate, really. So we are in the, I keep saying, very early stages of planning. We have a little bit better of an idea now and some structure we're putting into place. And been talking to our partners at the Department of Health, and there's a consultant that we're working with. So we should have more of that structure built out for what will happen over the next few months in planning this. But again, we'll continue to keep that posted on our website, but I'm happy to just give you my contact information too.
We also have a treatment and survivorship goal, and we seek a lot of input in that space as well. But
so I just wanted to riff off of maybe Linda's question to say, is this an opportunity, since we're still in the planning phases, to have a more intentional inclusion of a patient advocate or a community member, either, at whatever level makes sense? So if it's part of a working group that is helping to decide, or maybe some of that exists, but, and also just, yes, the meetings are public, but would we have an intentional strategy, for example, in disseminating that this discussion is happening and we welcome the voice of patient advocates? So almost like building it into each element of your step of where is the opportunity for patient voice or community discussion, which I know you guys do a lot of informally.
Yeah, so clearly when we have the discussions with the collaborative, they have representation. When we get to the cancer treatment and survivorship goal, we include a survivor. So those two areas are intentional, but you are right that it needs to wrap up all throughout the different goals so that we're a bit more intentional. Yeah. I was going to ask you for your phone number. So what's your name? And Linda, thank you. Yeah, Linda Ryan. Okay. Bobby, you want to?
Another comment I wanted to make though too with this process of planning the plan. CCRAB receives no state funding, so whatever portion of my salary or when we have meetings and do lunch, Moffitt covers those. So there's not a budget for anything in this entire plan, which is why it's also so much more important that everyone has a voice because we're not implementing everything in there. We on CCRAB aren't the ones necessarily using those strategies. So it's critical that we have input from other stakeholders because they're the ones that are going to be doing the work. We're just kind of pulling a report together.
So we're going to get into our dialogue, and Bobby will kick us off with a question. And please speak up. This is, again, another part of the process of developing the sort of the shell or the semblance of the next cancer plan goals.
And so these are really just to kind of get the conversation started. Like I said, we'll have more formal meetings, but wanted to take advantage of the time we have here with all of you. So a couple of questions. One that we wanted to just throw out there for the next cancer plan, should we expand it to include other HPV related cancers or stay with cervical?
Especially knowing that we don't have ready screening modalities, so there are some limitations. We've been leaning on the guidelines, but what is your feeling calling out other HPV? Yes. Oh, 2 thumbs up and thank you, Jennifer.
And another yes from me. And again, count me as a volunteer. Rovers have oral cancer screening brushes, anal cancer screening brushes, all HPV, pap smear brushes. We have them all. And when I look at the dentists in every presentation I have seen today, it's all about telling them to get the kids vaccinated, but there is an oral cancer brush. My husband is a periodontist. So there is actually a screening. It's in recommendation.
The child, yeah, sorry, I appreciate it, and I'm trying to not be argumentative, but I'm looking to my right here. The challenge, the reason we leaned on the ones that have U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, ACS, is exactly to keep our eyes focused on what is promotable screening modalities. But Anna is a...
So this is a big challenge.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is first you have to define what is elimination of the other. What is that numeric number that you define as elimination of a cancer? Yeah. So technically, the term elimination means that there we tend to think of it as zero. So 0 cases of a particular infection is typically how we think of it, but in this case, a cancer in a defined geographic area. So it's completely okay for the state of Florida to have an elimination goal. The cervical cancer elimination goal, if you recall, is worded as elimination of cervical cancer as a public health problem. It is not the zero. It's not getting to zero like the HIV campaign is. And that's defined as 4 or less cases per 100,000 women. if we use that same number, we've already eliminated anal cancer. We've already eliminated oropharyngeal cancer. The issue is that in certain populations, those two cancers are well above the threshold of 4 per 100,000. And we do have screening guidelines for anal cancer. Those have just been released late last year. They focus on high-risk populations. So if CCRAB wants to do this, you have to be crafty in terms of defining the population, defining what you mean by elimination, and then have some strategies in place to deal with this. One of the challenges we have is we don't have providers throughout the state of Florida who can do the follow-up care that's needed after a screen for anal cancer. And while we may have a device to sample oral, we don't have a screening method. It just doesn't exist. Nothing's been validated. I mean, this is research. So what you could do is screening for cervical, screening for anal. And in terms of cancer as a goal for the other cancers, which occur at a much older age than cervical, you'd have to set the goal, the target year for elimination much further out into the future. So as much as emotionally, I love the idea of eliminating all the cancers, putting that into numbers in a document, it can be very challenging.
So I think, yes, that's
why
where we
we've
are.
been saying starting with cervical.
Yeah.
Right. Because for vaccination to prevent oropharyngeal cancer, we're looking at another 30 years before we see that trend.
I think you've sort of
So-
answered where we are. Where we are is focus on cervical cancer, is well defined, continue that, and the others will follow as a sort of percolation strategy. Any other comments on the first question? Thank you for the dialogue and the rationale that we have to think through.
I wanted to say something about, I think someone touched on the dentists. I didn't hear it completely, but I know where I work in a community health center, we find that a lot of the dentists doing their patients' routine dental or annual dental visit, they're the ones that's diagnosing the oral cancer. And I've had the dentist show me what it looks like. It looks like a flower in the throat. And what they do is when they see the well, it's a form of condyloma, which is another form of HPV. What they do is when they see the dentists, when they see those patients, they refer them out to a specialist in the dental area to work on them. But a lot of the dentists where I work, they diagnose a lot of oral cancer.
Yeah, no, I think that is true. And the practice is happening. It's different from a population-based approach, which has already been said. We should just keep the microphone with Dr. Giuliano. Oh, yeah, you can come up. Yeah, come up. But you're right, the practice is happening. The question is this a population-based strategy?
Okay, so I'm going to do anatomy. Oral cancer, when we use that term oral cancer, we're talking about the front of the mouth. And the dental community has been phenomenally good at incorporating prevention strategies. I mean, you know, the fluoride story and all of the other preventive measures that they have. And so when you go to the dentist, you know, they look in your mouth, they're looking for oral cancer. And that most of those cancers are not HPV related. In fact, we've done a worldwide tumor study, and we find it's very little. It's around 2% of all oral cancers actually are caused by HPV. Oral pharyngeal cancer is the base of the tongue. It's all the way in the back of the mouth, and a dentist cannot see that. as well as the palatine utensils, which are right here. And again, a dentist can't see that. And so the dental community actually would love to have tools for screening. So if we can use the Evelyn brush or a similar brush to sample and test an appropriate set of biomarkers to detect who has a cancer, we would give dentists that tool. But right now, they don't have that tool. All they can do is detect the oral cancers, which are different. Now, having said that, in high-risk populations, you will see condyloma of the mouth, and you predominantly see that in an HIV-positive population that's immunosuppressed, and you'll see very high oral warts. And that, you're absolutely right, is HPV associated. That's 6 and 11. Okay, sorry.
Thank
Sorry.
you, thank you, thank you. In the interest of time, we'll circle back if we have more time, but we wanna ask a second question that relates to keeping an eye on disparities as they relate to rural-urban differences. Go ahead.
I think there were a couple presentations earlier today that focused specifically on rural. And so wanted kind of to get the group's thoughts on how we focus on that population, or do we call that out? And just so everyone knows, these goals, we don't have to like trade one out for a new one. There's we could have multiple goals and multiple objectives. I think for
yeah.
this, we wanted to stay focused on that messaging.
We want
of
to
eliminate-
continue some of this so we have momentum and traction. But the question, I think one of the things we are trying to do right now is make all our goals say something to the effect that achieve 80% uptake of colorectal cancer in every community. So we get to that aspect of understanding rural, urban, and some of the racial ethnic communities. But so again, let's have a conversation for this context where we already understood that rural urban differences in cervical cancer screening are really kind of the next frontier. We are making progress, but the rural populations are being left behind. And see hands or itchiness. Yeah.
Others, please, feel free to give your perspective. So when you sort of say, all communities or in every community, I like that because it's inclusive, right? Disparities are often intersectional, and not just, only because you live in a rural area or only because I come from this particular group. But I wonder if where the plan could get some specificity is sort of the analytics behind which are the sort of priority populations within a particular objective. So we all looked at the data in, a variety of ways. And so that is probably something strategic that we could do is prioritizing either by county or by, a specific group that we see has that disparity. And I know, like it's hard because the plan has to cover the state, but it may help us target our efforts a little bit more. So keeping it broad, but at your strategy level, maybe one strategy for any objective is, to add that component of we look at it across dimensionality, geography, race, ethnicity, SES, what insurance status, whatever makes sense.
No, thank you for saying exactly that, because it's at the strategy level we can afford to be more targeted, because the goal is going to be in every community. Then when we get to the strategies, we can call out the different priority populations or areas.
And just to add on to that, so the cancer plan dashboard that is up on our website under cancer plan was created by the Scan 360 team at the University of Miami. And that tool actually breaks down the state, not only by county, but also by regional collaboratives so that you can look within one of the collaboratives? What is, the breast cancer screening rate? It ties back to what our goals and objectives in the plan are, but, we already have that in place where we are looking at it at those levels as well.
Wonderful. Comments? This is your chance to say, we're just brainstorming here. So put it out. We will be, before the plan is published, it will be fact checked for science and other things. Right now, we're just getting ideas of where we need to go.
Yeah, and we do a final review process where there's a period of time. Anyone who didn't make it to be involved with the planning still has an opportunity to review.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I love the idea of adding some rural focus. But then when I'm looking at these strategies, I'm thinking about the national trend and the American Cancer Society's recommendation of focusing on 9 and 10-year-olds for the vaccine. And clearly it's captured because by 13 to 17, getting the vaccine. But I wonder if that should be incorporated into the plan, is really focusing on that younger age group and trying to get people to, to have the whole vaccine series done by 13, which is actually the national recommendations.
Absolutely. And sorry, your name?
Stephanie Starris.
Stephanie, thank you. One of the things that we really want to do is, I showed you a slide with the strategies, is really reduce them to a few highly impactful strategies. And calling out some of those is exactly what we need to do, because the laundry list became a little bit undoable, so to speak. So we want to get really highly targeted, beneficial, impactful strategies. So keep that in mind. A metric, yeah.
Having a metric is always helpful.
Yeah. Okay, the last question.
What do we do to continue to eliminate cervical cancer?
Okay, so here's the context. We heard we didn't reach the 93% for, I believe it was for, and we actually went down somewhat. So what do we do to ramp up and get back to the enthusiasm?
I think a major point and that can be taken today is things start within the community. So there are plenty of hospital systems in this state that aren't doing the things that some of these are. So maybe that needs to be a focus, because they need to start something and then get involved in the community.
Wonderful. And just to expand, the health systems in the community really range from community clinics, federally qualified health centers, hospital systems like this one, and specialty areas. So we perhaps should be engaging more of those as part of the regional collaboratives. And fantastic. Yes.
I think another big way to help with eliminating cervical cancer is really targeting that group of people that we said isn't necessarily anti-vax, but they are still a little hesitant because those are the people who haven't gotten their vaccines yet, and they're not so far down the line that they're completely against vaccinations. So I definitely agree, going to the community level and education is going to be the best way to get those people vaccinated. And obviously there's so many different groups that you have to reach out to and educate, and that's a very umbrella term to cover all the people that need to be educated and aware of it to decrease that vaccine hesitancy and get that group to get vaccinated more. But I think get like parent-teacher conferences and that kind of stuff, having like really just going to the local level where you'd see people and like telling them about vaccinations and really normalizing and destigmatizing that conversation is really, really important, I think, in eliminating cervical cancer.
Great. Devin still here? I know Devin, the Southwest Regional Collaborative is doing a project with the universities and colleges. I was just going to ask the question whether they are working at the lower levels, but I don't see a hand. Okay. Well, that is a very important comment. Yes. Whoever has the
Yeah.
microphone, please go ahead.
As to objective 4.3, the surveillance method, I think it's probably, I don't think one size will fit all when it comes to this, but I think there's a core of data available. I know in my plan who's had an abnormal PAP and whether they got followed up or not. And I report that on a monthly basis to the agency through the claims process. So there's already a depository of this data. Is there any attempts, is there any way to leverage that?
Yeah, no, we were talking, I think, Tracy, anyway, Dr. Thompson, about some of that, because the insurers know who any of them are at the higher level or at the ACA level, they know. And one of the things we haven't done is leverage some of that. Dr. Juliana and I talked many years saying, can we just get Blue Cross Blue Shield to tell us who's not up to date with colon cancer? So I think partnering with insurers and trying to get to some of that. On that objective, the last one on this slide, we did not implement it the way it was written. So because it's kind of all over the place. But what we were trying to really do is just say, close the gap between abnormal finding and follow up so that we can get more treatment. But you are absolutely right. We should be able to know who has never had a cervical screening and go after that priority population. In the breast and cervical cancer screening program, which is playing out in the FQSC systems, they have changed their criteria a little bit to really try to, for lack of a better word, target people who have never had a screening. So when you look at their numbers, they are lower now because they are emphasizing those who have never had a cervical screening.
Yeah, we had a last minute slide addition, didn't make it into our final version here, but the department shared with us, their graphs of PAPs through the history of the program, the breast and cervical program. So it's 20 years. And right now we're where we were when the program first started. And again, they mentioned that it's harder to reach and that they're trying to find, these groups who have never had a pap smear, but that's one thing. But also on that surveillance method and follow-up abnormal, I don't know how true this is, and I was asking someone else if they knew, but a few of us were at the Rural Cancer Summit the other day, and someone, I feel like it was in conversation, said that a colposcopy out in the community could be like $2,000 out of pocket, or depending where you're going, what services are available. Again, I don't know how true that is, or if we've looked into what the follow-up is costing, because like we know with breast cancer, when your screening is free, but when you need to go in for the diagnostic mammogram, it's like, okay, do I feel like paying the $600 with insurance? So I don't know, and maybe you will know if that has been a barrier for the follow-up after abnormal.
In the back, and then we will wrap up, Susan.
So
And my watch broke.
I hear you mentioned something about the colposcopy and following up. I know where I work as a nurse, I'm the one that follows up on abnormal pap smears. That's where, in the community center where I work. And I collaborate a lot. Most of the patients that we see in our community health center, they're either uninsured or underinsured. Okay, some have insurance, but the majority are uninsured. And so what happens is we try to get these women, we try to avoid missed opportunities with them. So they make an appointment with their primary care doctor because they're sick. So during that visit with the primary care, because it's a sick visit, they try to throw in the pap smear then. Because with the population that we serve, they're very transient. So if you don't get them during that clinic visit, you may not see them again until they're sick. Because if you're going to try to get them for an annual well woman's, they're not doing it. There's all kind of problems. There's transportation. So if she comes in because she has a cold or whatever, we try to get the pap smear done. Except, the only exception would be if she's on her menstrual cycle. That's different. Now, as far as the colposcopy is concerned, again, I have women that are uninsured. So if they qualify for the Florida Breast and Cervical Cancer Program, which is, again, to the state of Florida, and if they meet the income criteria, which is 200%, I guess, below the federal poverty, that pays for the colposcopy. It is true the colposcopy is expensive, but if they can get into that program, it will pay for that colposcopy, and if they need a biopsy and all of that.
No, thank you for that comment. And I think part of the challenge is the gap, right? So the program covers a certain subpopulation, and then there are many who fall through the gap. So it may be a further conversation from a policy perspective. But I did want to stay on track so I don't get the red check mark. Okay, good. But I had one last ask of you. For those of you who really have the time and the interest and can align with one of the goal areas of the current cancer plan, please reach out to Bobby and volunteer to participate. So if you just go to ccrap.org and you go to cancer plan, there are different goal areas. And if you match any interest and you want to be involved, send her an email as we work through our work groups and being intentional. We will engage you to the extent that you can. Thank you so much. Bobby, last comment?
That's great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Well, am I going backwards? We're going to stay longer. You sent me the wrong way, or you have like your slides twice. I'm not sure. Oh, no. Huh? Okay. It was easy enough to identify my own photo. So with that, we are at the end of our day, and I am going to just give a few brief closing remarks. And I would say that this is on behalf of myself, Dr. Giuliano, Lauren, Dr. Haight, so really your Moffitt and LRH leaders and our team that have been incredible in terms of pulling this day together. So one thing that struck me is that today was a very he-themed day, which is patients, providers, policy, public health, payers. You guys were all at the table. And if that didn't fit one of you, people also starts with P, which all of you are. So I just so appreciated the engagement and perspective that everybody brought to the table about where we are, what's exciting and new about eliminating HPV-related cancer, starting with cervical cancer, where we are at a moment in time. We have all the tools that we absolutely need to eliminate a cancer in our lifetime. And that's pretty exciting when you think about all the other cancers where that opportunity doesn't exist. And so I just want to make sure that we leave here sort of energized to take back the conversation that we've had today to our respective areas and communities. We do this summit every year. And we are always looking for community organizations that would like to partner with us and take us outside of our comfort zone. So for some of you, that was driving to Lakeland. I do that every day. So that wasn't a big deal to me. But we're certainly looking to reach those communities where we were seeing those darker shaded boxes for all kinds of things that we have the potential to do better on. So please reach out if that's something that interests you potentially for next year. So I wanted to really thank all of our speakers and our moderators and our panelists. You really made the day meaningful and rich. I cannot thank our hosts enough for this beautiful facility. Gosh, I'd like to just come back and hang out here sometime, Lauren. It's really beautiful, and you didn't see the behind the scenes of somehow Lauren snapped her fingers and a lunch that didn't get delivered somehow made it. But that's the kind of collaboration and partnership of why I love working particularly with this organization. So thank you so very much. Mariana told me I have to ask you to please fill out your evaluation survey when you receive it. That's the way we know and understand what can we do differently, more or less, to make this meaningful and engaging for everybody. I'm going to say one thank you to Lakeland Regional because you guys take care of our family day in, day out. I live here. And so you can see we get our COVID vaccines here. Our babies come from here. All 3 of my kids have been born at Lakeland Regional. We had an unfortunate duck, duck, goose running accident that was taken care of here at Lakeland Regional. And even our parents have gotten vaccinated. And really, that's the part of community and why I believe so much in partnership, because I experience day in, day out, sort of the wonderful community that Lakeland and many of your communities are. And together we have the potential to make an impact on something that is so important. And then there's an even bigger list of thank yous to the Lakeland Regional team. And you see all of the wonderful names listed here, our Moffitt team. But I would be remiss if I did not shout out to Dr. Heather Owens and Dr. Mariana Arevalo, who really facilitated everything. I know maybe some of you were tempted to block their emails, but did not, and just really did a phenomenal job with this. And all of our team that came and pitched in behind the scenes. Our planning committee was amazing. You all gave us so much important feedback and guidance and direction. And then lastly, without the speakers, there wouldn't have been an event. So with that, stay tuned for next year and where our location might be. I've already talked to a few people about where that might be. And we hope that you'll continue to engage and spread the word to our folks online. Thank you for your patience as we had to shift things. And with that, travel home safely. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for coming today. And if you are a nurse and you got a CE, your certificate is on the back table for pickup.